is ready for business. Ladies and gentlemen, does that help?
Absolutely. Give yourselves a round of applause. You have been fantastic. You are here as partners, as investors, as those that are going to begin the beginning of the rest of the successful trajectory of our wonderful country, Eswatini.
Absolutely, Faith. You know, Eswatini, Faith, is at a turning point, with its geographical positioning and as well as the growing infrastructure. And I'm sure some of you that have come to Eswatini for the first time, they've seen the level of infrastructure that Eswatini has been embarking on, and as well as a wealth of human and natural capital, that seeks to synchronize what His Majesty's vision has already been stated. And we can only do this through collaboration, through innovation, and as well as a coordinated strategy across all the key sectors of the economy, like ICT, manufacturing, agriculture, from policy to private sector investment. And I see that the Commerce, Industry and Trade Minister, Honorable Mangoba Khumalo, is here. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister did allude to the fact that Eswatini is one of the fastest growing economies in the Southern Hemisphere. And as a matter of fact, ratings agency Moody's gave the country a B+ grading. And I suppose it reaffirms the commitment that His Majesty's government has had in terms of fiscal and monetary policy. So Eswatini is doing really, really well, and it is indeed ready for business.
Absolutely, and Superior, I do believe this. We are spiritual people, we are African people. Before we can formally begin with the proceedings, may I, with your permission, ask that we surrender this investment conference to the one who created us as beings and the one who has created this conference and allowed for this time to come. I'm spiritual, so I believe that nothing operates without the permission of God. And if we want to truly be blessed and want to truly dedicate this moment, this us as Eswatini being open for business, we have to deliver it to the one who created us. May I just kindly request your permission if we could all stand so that we can dedicate this moment to our Father in prayer. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we come before your throne room of grace, and we thank you for this day that you've created. You've seen this before the beginning of the earth. You've seen that Eswatini is here. The kingdom of Eswatini, Father, is a representation of the kingdom of God in heaven. So we ask that your will be done on earth in this country as it is in heaven. May this event be blessed. May your angels surround us. May it be safe. And may we all sit as investors, profitable, benefiting, and individuals that will change the course of history, not only in the kingdom of Eswatini, but on this wonderful African continent as you have created. We dedicate this moment to you now. We thank you for your blessings and your overflow of investment in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And everybody said,
Amen.
Amen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, speaking about investment opportunities, there's one thing that is better than hearing from all the speakers that are going to be present here. But one thing that I love hearing from is the testimonials, Simpiwe. So let's start with that.
You know, it took, this event is a culmination of months and months of preparation, of collaboration, of negotiation, and let's just take a look at this testimonial video, just to get a feel of, the level of work that IPA, that His Majesty's government, and as well as all the stakeholders have put in to come up with this pivotal event.
Okay, I'm being informed right now that the video will be playing in just a moment. So in respect to that, as we're ushering also our distinguished guests into this auditorium of ours, may I kindly request the CEO of the Minerals Council of South Africa, Mr. Mzila Mtenjana, to come up onto the podium to officially elaborate a little bit on, when we're talking about working together to build a resilient mining sector in SADC, exactly what are we talking about and how does it find its actual physical representation as well? So Mr. Mzila, if you are here, I remember you were in the auditorium. Okay, he's not in the auditorium as yet. He'll be in the auditorium in just a moment. But Mr. Mzila will also be talking a little bit about this collaborative effort that we speak of when we're saying that indeed we are open for business, and the SADC region is one where we can begin this investment program as well.
And Eswatini is a co-indeed, ladies and gentlemen, just a minute. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me kindly welcome the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Thuli Dladla, who just joined us. A very good morning to DPM and welcome.
All right, and as said, to really elaborate on working together to build a resilient mining sector in the SADC region, please give him a warm welcome, Mr. Mzila Mtenjana, the CEO of the Minerals Council of South Africa, as he makes his way into the podium.
Please use this mic in case this one is good. All right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and special greetings. Honorable Prime Minister, Your Excellency, and Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers, Chairman and CEO of EIPA, distinguished guests, program directors, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. I've done this long enough to know that technology always fails you at the time that you need it the most. So when these things happen, you don't get nervous. You just take a deep breath and allow for the moment to pass. And as it said in the Bible, this too shall pass, and you move on to the next thing. So let me begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to the government of Eswatini and the people of Eswatini for the kind invitation of the Minerals Council South Africa to this inaugural Eswatini Investment Conference. It is an honor for me to speak to you about the importance of mining in growing the Southern African region. And this comes at quite a timely and a strategic moment. And this platform places this beautiful kingdom on the radar of regional and global investors. There are many things to admire about Eswatini. The stunning landscape. I remember my first time to Swaziland, this downhill drive many years ago. And I should also maybe just share that as a cyclist, one of the things we always look out for are the long climbs and the suffering that it comes. But that is such a beautiful moment. And maybe I will plan a cycling event for myself to come challenge these climbs. The warmth of your people, as was said last night, the taste of your food, the strategic location, the efficient logistics. But I have to say, and particularly coming from South Africa, economically, Eswatini stands tall and very enviable. According to the World Bank report, Eswatini grew by 3.4% in 2023, 4.8% in 2024. And there's a number that was mentioned last night, which I don't want to take away the thunder of the Minister of Finance, but it is destined to reach well above 5%. I can only look at you with envy. But perhaps what is less celebrated, and what brings me here today, is Eswatini's rich mineral endowment. From ancient iron ore mining at Ngwenya, considered the oldest mine in the world, to your reserves of anthracite, coal, green shirt, diamonds, and gold, Eswatini's geological potential is undeniable. The challenge, however, not only for Eswatini, but for the region and the continent, is how do we unlock this potential in a way that is, I think, firstly, inclusive for all who live on the continent without discrimination, especially with regards to gender and race and age, let me add. Secondly, it must be sustainable and protects and promotes our natural environment. And thirdly, catalytic to to downstream industries for broad-based economic growth to obtain societal prosperity and social progress. How do we translate the wealth beneath the surface into prosperity above ground for the region and the continent is the big question. At the Minerals Council, we have a saying, #mining matters. And this is because given that during 2024, including the Minerals Council's 72 members and production from a diversity of more than 11 commodities mined in the country, mining's contribution to GDP was 6%, and unfortunately this came down from 7.1% in 2023, employed about 475,000 men and women, including men and women from Eswatini. Mineral exports constituted close to half of South Africa's exports at about 775 billion rands, and mining revenue to government in the combination of pay-as-you-earn, corporate taxes, royalties, and VAT amounted to 117 billion rands. And this was during a year where we believe we are bottoming out in the performance of the mining industry. And this contribution and impact from mining is possible for the region and the whole of the continent. Just a little bit about the Minerals Council. It's an advocacy organization on behalf of its members who are responsible for more than 90% of South Africa's mineral production by sales. It consists of both large multinationals with operations in South Africa as well as local junior mining and exploration companies that have a huge aspiration to grow. We are also a member of MIASA. This is the Mining Industry Association of Southern Africa, and it represents 10 chambers of mines in the SADC region who work together to strengthen sector coordination and regional alignment. MIASA has embarked on establishing a forum of mining ministers with the SADC Secretariat to jointly formulate policy strategies, coordinate national beneficiation, and harmonize policy. And as I stand here, I'd like to humbly urge the Ministers of Natural Resources and Energy, as well as Commerce, Industry and Trade, to support this initiative at the upcoming SADC Council of Ministers meeting. Eswatini, whilst not a current member of MIASA, is invited to attend MIASA sessions as an observer. And this will enable it to receive assistance with establishing a national mining chamber to conduct its own local advocacy and partnership activities for the local mining industry, as well as begin to get a peek into international mining best practice, given our association with the International Council on Metals and Mining, also known as ICMM. Across Africa, mining holds the key to structural transformation. It can drive and enable infrastructure development, create employment in remote areas, and unlock downstream industries. The SADC region has abundant mineral resources. In fact, in the whole continent, it has the largest concentration of minerals, including critical minerals. And these extend from both higher value minerals, such as precious metals and minerals, and the more important ferrous, base, and industrial minerals necessary for domestic as well as regional economic development. And here I'm referring to feedstocks into manufacturing, materials for infrastructure, agriculture, energy, and other sectors. And although the SADC region is a mineral economy, the sector's contribution to GDP varies widely, anywhere from 0% for an island like the Seychelles to about 9 to 31% for Angola, which is largely based on oil. The average mineral export dependence as a percentage of total exports between 2012 and 2021 ranged between 0% in Seychelles to 97% for Angola. And Eswatini was 7%, with South Africa being at 55%, and there's huge potential to increase this even further. And so with that, as I stand here, what I can share with you is my own vision about mining. Mining is that place where life and livelihoods thrive. It is a place where mining activities are conducted safely by healthy and skilled employees. It is a place where there is multidimensional growth and numerous benefits for stakeholders. It is a place where there is a happy community. People are educated, They have good health and well-being, clean water and electricity, modern and efficient logistics, telecoms, financial services, infrastructure, and dignified human settlements and homes. Mining is a place where we want to be, that is low carbon and there's care for the natural environment. I believe that mining can and will create this place where you want to be. And so when you look at my lapel here, I wear my mission on my chest. What this means is that this is a symbol for the IPA, which is the International Platinum Association. South Africa and Zimbabwe and the SADC region are the largest producers of the platinum metal. This is a sign of mining, which what the region and the continent depends on. Conducted in a way that is sustainable, this is a symbol for the Sustainable Development Goals, for the benefit of the country, and as I stand here, for the region and the continent, or rather this is Minerals Council, in terms of our members, conducting the activities in a way that is responsible for the benefit of the country and the region. And so the SADC region is home to nearly all the critical minerals needed by the industries of the future, from renewable energy to electric vehicles and battery storage. We have what the world needs. But to benefit, we have to act together. The region must create a conducive environment that attracts long-term investment while protecting national interests. This is our journey, ladies and gentlemen, and I will briefly describe a few key steps that we urgently need to embark on for this path to investor-friendly and a growth-oriented environment. In the first instance, and the first step, in my 2023 letter to members in our integrated annual review, I described South Africa's, and by extension, Southern Africa's magnificent 7 attributes. And this is a take on the S&P 500 Magnificent 7, which refers to the technology companies. I believe every country has its own Magnificent 7. To name but a few of these, the first one of these is, and this should not come as no surprise, it is the positive value chain impact and multiplier effects from the mining industry, which is immense, followed by our tourism and agriculture industries, which provide a spectrum of employment, skills development, food security, and leisure opportunities. Then our youthful population. This is a growing global asset who are eager to contribute to the development of the regional and continental economy through entrepreneurship. And lastly, we have a well-established and world-class financial sector, including the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, to provide the capital for the significant investments required. However, key to successfully achieving our ambitions of the regional growth agenda is really this first step of a leadership coalition and compact amongst business, organized labor, government, and civil society, with the intentionality and the integrity to align on the fiduciary duty to country and citizens, and to act as a lever for the economic upliftment of the region. The second thing is, in addition to individual country policy coherence, we must develop policy that brings regional harmony and cooperation that will lead to greater harnessing of private sector strength and co-investment with government, increasing intra-regional trade that takes advantage of comparative country advantages and creates local markets and demand for local goods, in addition to supplying export markets. The third step, and here specifically when it comes to mining, we must increase our knowledge of the geology and the diversity of the minerals that lie beneath the surface of the earth. A wise geologist once said, whilst it's in the ground, it's rock. So better geological surveys of the region, cadastral systems for ease of access and application for prospective and mining rights is a good start to increasing interest in mining investments in the region. And then lastly, mining is a capital-intensive sector. demanding significant capital not only for mine development, but also for the related infrastructure such as electricity, water, and logistics for access to markets for mineral beneficiated products. There is a school of thought that is emerging relating to mining-enabled infrastructure. Mining is an available and enabling investment opportunity given the riches of the resources in the region. The global scramble for critical minerals to support the technologies for a transition to a low-carbon future means this is particularly opportune time to consider the required infrastructure to support increased mining activity. Further, mining is an important provider of the materials for infrastructure development that the region so desperately needs, resulting in a broader downstream economic development. At the same time, the mining sector is facing an unprecedented pressure to conform to higher standards of environment, social, and governance, which requires a rethink of many old ways of doing business. Mining can anchor affordable and reliable infrastructure for industry and communities by bringing scale, which has been difficult to establish for remote parts of the country. And so as I conclude, Faith, we must seize the moment. The pathway forward for the mining industry is clear. Energy powers industry. Mining and minerals must anchor domestic value chains. Investment must allow Africa and its regional priorities, and trade integration must link demand, supply, and regional markets. Growth must be built on real production and infrastructure, as well as real institutions capable of absorbing long-term capital and executing complex projects. African regions, the SADC region in particular, are stepping into the present moment with leverage that is yet to be fully exercised. Its demographic scale, resource endowment, and strategic geography place it at the heart of global economic reordering. However, a strong consensus must unite African policymakers, business leaders, and institutions through a clear, actionable strategy for industrial growth and investment coordination that will translate the wealth beneath the surface to prosperity above ground for African nations. Africa is intrinsic to the world's progress because of vast resources and the critical role in the imperative to which will be earned through alignment between government and enterprise, institutional credibility, and a refusal to wait for others to define its ambitions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mtenjane. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just hit, we just gone a minute after 9 o'clock. This is official announcement that we are about to begin our broadcast with CNBC. It will be a live broadcast of the Eswatini Investment Conference, as well as a panel discussion that will be held in a way. Just to let you know that this particular panel discussion and the live broadcast will be carried out across 52 countries. So as it is right now, we've got 52 countries across the continent who will be witness to this conference and the conversations that are about to take place today. So as a form of just housekeeping and SOP for live broadcasts, please now ensure that your cell phone is either turned off or is put on silent. The second one is, please, it's minimize movement across the auditorium, because as you would know, that it will interfere with our broadcast, as well as being able to just get the sound okay. Don't mind the individuals that are setting up on stage. They are the ones that will be, of course, facilitating for our panel discussion as well. Mine is just to make sure that there is housekeeping, and also we would love for you to participate with us, especially on our digital platforms on social media. Remember that hashtag invest in Eswatini. I'm going to repeat it, hashtag invest in Eswatini. Please do make sure that indeed you are engaging with us on our social media platforms as we are setting up for it. Just a reminder for you, minimize movement. It is broadcast across 52 African states. So that says significantly in terms of exactly the world is watching. I think we can officially say the world is watching the Kingdom of Eswatini today. And as a result of that, we want to ensure that what the world sees is exactly what we're going to give them. A broadcast that allows us to further echo and illustrate just how ready we are for the Eswatini Investment Conference of 2025. May I request also for the following panelists, please start getting yourselves ready for it. It is Nixon Dlamini, the CEO of Eswatini Railway. Zakele Lukele, General Manager of Roads Food Group. And the Honorable Mandla Chauka, who is the Minister of Agriculture. Honorable Minister, please start getting yourself ready as well. Mr. Nixon Dlamini, please start getting yourselves ready as well as Zakele Lukele. Please start getting yourself ready. Those that are assisting us with the sound, please start ensuring that indeed our guests are equipped, and let's make sure that everything is ready for this broadcast. And I repeat once again, let's start minimizing the movement that is going to be happening within the auditorium. Those that are at the door right now, please start ensuring that nobody comes in at this moment in time, please. It is very crucial nobody goes out so that we do not disturb the broadcast. Furthermore, today, please make sure that your phones are either put on silent or turned off, but I would prefer that your phones are on so that you can start engaging with us on a different social media platforms. I think with that, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Simpiwe, who's going to be facilitating this particular panel discussion. But I want to echo and reiterate the hashtag is hashtag Invest in Eswatini. I want you to turn to your neighbor and say 52 in case they didn't get it. Just say it louder, 52. Yeah, that is how many countries are watching us today. 52 countries. I want to make sure that everybody is ready for it. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause as they're about to come out. Our panelists will be facilitating this particular conversation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, may I call upon our distinguished speakers this morning who are forming part of the panel. Once again, Honorable Minister Chauka, please come up front. Mr. Zakele Lukele, please come join me on the stage. And as well as Mr. Nixon Dlamini, please come up, sir. Minister, welcome. Welcome. Oh yeah, how are you? Boss, welcome, sir. Please take a seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's all systems go now. I'm privileged to host this distinguished panel, ladies and gentlemen. They are not only at the helm of their respective organizations, but they are catalysts for change. They are the change makers in their various disciplines. As protocol is observed, let me welcome Minister Mandla Chauka, the Minister of Agriculture, whose vision for agri-export diversification and food security in the country is quite pivotal for the country's economy. Welcome, Honorable Minister. Next to the minister is Mr. Zakele Lukele, the General Manager of the Roads Food Group, which is a leading agribusiness investor in Eswatini, showcasing how value-added agriculture can trigger competitiveness in the industry. Babukele, very good morning. Welcome. Right next to me, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Nixon Dlamini, the Chief Executive Officer of Eswatini Railway, who is representing the arteries of trade that connect our producers with the different markets in Southern Africa and beyond. Ngos, Dlamini, very warm welcome. Now, Honourable Minister, with protocol observed, let me start with you. And once again, let me reiterate the fact that we are now live on CNBC Africa. So this is just a moment that we can be proud as Eswatini individuals. Now, Honourable Minister, just how central and pivotal is agriculture in the development and the growth of the Eswatini economy and triggering export-driven economy?
Thank you very much for the opportunity, firstly, to be here. Secondly, to be able to address Eswatini and address the world. To your question, agriculture is central to the development of any economy. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, most of our people live in the rural areas and they survive by agricultural activities. Therefore, we believe that if we are able to sort of uplift their livelihoods, then we'll be able to deal with all the social challenges that we have in this country. Secondly, agriculture is actually the bedrock in terms of purely the ability that we are here today because of eating something. If we had not been able to eat, we probably would not be able even to engage. Then thirdly, you probably are going to generate a lot of jobs. It is a sector that employs most people, and we do have a challenge of youth unemployment in this country. So I believe that if we can deal with that fundamental problem, then we can deal with all the other issues. I can also mention that if you do your agricultural sector a very good sort of impactful service, then you are able to generate what we call downstream industries, because most of the other industries like agro-processing and the like depend on agricultural inputs. So I believe that we can create more industries and more jobs for people through other secondary industries, because our agricultural sector is thriving and is able to then provide an export market. We have always said that this is going to be an export-driven economy, and we believe that we are going to be able to generate a lot of export revenue because we are exporting agricultural produce. That is why we've got a lot of programs which I probably believe we'll be able to discuss as we engage this morning in terms of how we are going to position our agricultural sector in a way that is going to deal with all these issues that we need to do. Thank you very much.
Now, Minister, you've just touched on, the government's vision of creating jobs in the secondary industries. Politicians like yourselves, the world over, they always talk of quick wins in terms of how to trigger economic growth and some of the mechanisms that have to be applied in terms of triggering such economic growth. And broadly speaking, we speak of the low-hanging fruit. And speaking of which, Minister, what are some of the agricultural subsectors that are very key in terms of unlocking the potential in the agricultural sector?
Thank you very much. The most important thing that we need to do is to develop our agro-processing such that we are able to then secure a permanent market for the farmer. Yeah. That also creates a pull factor whereby the farmer knows that there is a market and there is a certain price that he's going to get. And therefore, he has got the energy to wake up and go and farm because he knows where his produce is going. So agro-processing is one of the most important sectors that we need to develop as quickly as possible. I always use the model of the sugar industry. It's one of the sectors that has already been able to do or to make a lot of progress in that area, because a sugarcane farmer doesn't worry where his produce is going. He just harvests his crop. He knows that he's going to put it in a truck, it crosses the weighbridge. He can even calculate how much money he's going to get because the price is already known. We need to replicate that across all the value chains and all the agricultural produce, crops, animal produce and everything, so that the farmer doesn't have to carry a basket on his head trying to sell his produce, or put something on his truck to be, on a buggy moving around. So agro-processing is one area. The other area is then being able to develop infrastructure such that the produce can move around. Firstly, move around in the country. Secondly, move around into our export markets. And that is why we are currently engaging on developing our airport such that we've got a distribution center and we're going to have a cargo runway so that we are able to take our produce, because our produce, because of its quality, is demanded or wanted across the globe. And we do have these markets, but we need to get access or get to them by making sure that we've got the infrastructure in the country such that we are able to then do. But lastly, I do want to state that we also want to have food sovereignty or food for ourselves. Because when we import some of the produce just to feed ourselves, then we are exporting jobs. We are not getting the jobs that should be given to our people in this country. For now, I can mention the three because of time.
All right, Minister, I will engage you a little bit more about, agro-processing and whether farmers are capacitated enough in terms of such agro-processing. And you did mention at the opening of Parliament earlier on this year that the government has made moves in terms of establishing the Agricultural Development Fund, but we'll discuss that a little later. But Mr. Kelly, let me also bring you into this discussion. Mr. Kelly, you are the General Manager of the Rhodes Food Group. And how does Rhodes Food Group's presence in Eswatini align with your broader export market strategy in the region?
Thank you, Mr. Ngongane, and it's a privilege to be here. From Rhodes Food Group, I think we've been in the country for 71 years, and we've been producing pineapple. We've been also doing citrus, which we export to the international market. And these products, as the Minister has alluded to the fact that agro-processing is so important, plays such a role in the export market. And what we do is to trade with the international market and ensure that, we are able to send our products, the quality products that we produce, send them over to our customers in the different regions, which would include the United States, the United Kingdom, Japan as well, and the domestic market, which is the African market as well. So as a business, we are aligned because we realize the need, firstly from a country, to ensure that we are able to support the local communities, and as well we are able to ensure that we export our goods at the right quality standards that are required by our customers.
Can you be a little bit bolder in terms of your pronouncement of how the RFG Group is supporting the local communities? I mean, I'm asking this because there's potential investors in...
To date, we've probably invested in the regions of 300 million to try and grow pineapples and then export that products. But what that has done is to uplift the community in that particular area. So it's not all about the container that we get out, but it's about the communities that we are able to uplift, the jobs that we are able to create in those communities and ensure that those communities are sustained. We also operate in the Malkans Valley, where we've got a manufacturing plant as well as a pineapple farm. And again, we've been set up in this area, as I highlighted earlier, since 1954. And again, it also translates to the job creations in the surrounding areas and ensuring that the communities do benefit from us as a business that is established in Eswatini and is able to export to the international market.
And I guess that is one positive attribute that the RFG Group is employing in terms of empowering the communities, because that's what so many companies are failing to do, empowering the communities, because it is the very same communities that are at the foundation of the company's success. Thank you so much for raising that point. Ngozi Dlamini, CEO of Eswatini Railway, let me also bring you into this conversation. How is Eswatini Railways working with the neighboring countries to align rail strategies to enhance cross-border trade efficiency?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Ngongane. The Eswatini Railways, even though we are a landlocked country and our network is only 301 kilometers, but it plays a vital role in terms of facilitating trade within the region. Now, under the auspices of the Southern African Railways Association, which covers countries as far north as Tanzania, the DRC, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and so on, all this traffic that is generated within the region needs to reach the various ports, and it's mainly export traffic. Now, these ports could be Maputo, Richards Bay, or Durban. We don't go down as far south as Cape Town, maybe. But Eswatini is the main conduit because we are under we fall within the north-south corridor. So a consignment from Zambia goes through Eswatini in order to get to Richards Bay. So both inbound and outbound logistics, we play a vital role as a country. I mean, to give you, to put this in perspective, the minerals that come from the northern part of South Africa, this will be your magnetite and your rock phosphate. These go through Eswatini, and you're looking at about 6.5 million tons. Well, let's put it 7.2 million tons of traffic. That's per annum, and this is that's the impact, and that's the I'd say this is why we strategically an important railway. This Southern SADC, or the Southern African Railway Association group of railways, we're an organized entity. So the investment that happens in Eswatini has a direct effect on the neighboring countries. What we don't want to be as a country is a constraint. We don't want to be a constraint just because maybe the infrastructure that we have cannot accommodate the volumes because these are vast volumes we're talking about. I mean, this 7.5 million, this is the tip of the iceberg. We are currently, for instance, working with the South African, our South African sister organization. This is a TRIM, Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager. What they have done, the government of South Africa, they've opened access to private operators because the country needs to move out at least 250 million tons of exports. This is minerals. I could be wrong. I mean, there was the Minerals Council head here. I think it was good to listen to your speech earlier. So it's a concerted effort. It's part of a system that we, as Eswatini, play a crucial role. So coming back to this constraint, so for instance, trains coming from South Africa, they are 160 wagons. They can be 160 wagons long, which means you can push more traffic through. When they get to Eswatini, we've got to split them to 80 wagons long. Now that's time lost and so on. But I'm happy to say that we've already started conducting trials. We also want to move 160 wagon trains right through to Eswatini so that you have a conveyor belt situation of mines going through, minerals going through Eswatini without any disruption. Because it's the customer experience that we want to make sure is a pleasant one. Going back to even the produce, I'm talking about mines here, but the agricultural produce. Eswatini sits right in the middle. We are producing a lot of citrus, for instance, the sugar cane and so on, but our neighbors are doing exactly the same thing. So you've got from the northern part of South Africa, down Mpumalanga and so on, there's a produce that needs to be transported down to the ports of Durban, for instance, and Maputo, and this should be in a fresh state. And they should get to the various markets in time. So issues of dry ports are very important, which means that within these dry ports, we should have facilities to keep fruits chilled so that they don't spoil, they get to market in time. So investment, we're looking for investment in those areas. We already started. We already have 2, for instance, dry ports in Eswatini, which we are looking to expand, and they will cover this. But it just means that even though the market we have a market in in Eswatini for citrus, but there's a bigger market outside of the borders as well, because Eswatini is the main conduit to port from the north and so I think I'll stop there.
Indeed, you just mentioned, 7 million tons of haulage that Eswatini Railways has undertaken. I mean, that's an amazing feat considering the logistical challenges that, you've had to endure. What are some of these challenges, and what has Eswatini Railways done in terms of countering those challenges?
Thank you, Mr. Ngongwane. I think going back to your first question, as I said, as the Eswatini Railways, we don't exist in isolation. So the good thing is with railways, I mean, you also mentioned in your opening statement, you also mentioned we mentioned arteries. So we all know that within a body, there's major arteries. Now, the network the railway network in Southern Africa is connected. So luckily, if something happens in one part, for instance, we know that we had issues of vandalism and so on in our neighboring countries and upheavals and so on. But because there's a conduit through Eswatini, we were able to benefit that. So we spoke to our neighbors and said, look, we can introduce an intermodal solution. So the coal, for instance, that has been moving through Eswatini, which we have seen, we've seen it change the economy of the country in that corridor where the coal is traveling. We've seen, tremendous growth. So what we've done, so we've introduced intermodal solutions so that the areas where we cannot traverse, trucks can then take over to the nearest railhead. And then also, just improving efficiencies. It's amazing, without major infrastructure involvement, but just improving your times and just working out, okay, let's get our times right. Like you'd have a timetable for a bus or an aircraft, for instance. And then thirdly, we all know that railways are of different sizes and capacity. So when it comes to rolling stock, for instance, if I don't have rolling stock as Eswatini, enough rolling stock, that would be my locomotives or wagons, and Mozambique has a spare set of wagons. So, I go to CFM in Mozambique and I get these wagons. That's why we've been able to move for instance, on the Mozambican corridor, if you look at post-COVID 2020, and then there was just like about 200,000 tons of traffic moving there. And now we're moving at least just under 2 million tons. Why? Because CFM is benefiting also from the business. So they're providing locomotives. Same thing with on the South African side, they do the same. So we have these business agreements within regions. But yes, there is still a lot of room. There's a lot of traffic that we can still move. Thank you.
Mr. Dlamini, thank you so much for sharing your sentiments. Now, Honourable Minister, how is the ministry ensuring that the smallholder farmers are not left behind in the export-oriented agriculture? Now, just back to my point about the Agricultural Development Fund, has there enough capacity building being done for farmers in terms of just tailoring their produce for export markets?
Thank you again, Mr. Ngongwane. I think this is a very important point that needs to be discussed. You talk about empowering the farmers. One has to ask themselves, or oneself, if you want to empower people, what do you do? Firstly, you must understand what their challenges are. And what has happened in this country is that through the wise leadership of His Majesty the King, he commissioned what we call Sibaya in 2023, where we as a nation, including our farmers from all the corners of this country, were having conversations with ourselves. In those conversations, people told us what their challenges are. Then the next thing as a ministry that we did is then we went out, we are still going out, doing the rounds in the country, in a program we call Taking the Ministry to the People, where we sit down with them and we have conversations. They tell us what their challenges are, and we note them down, we exchange ideas. Now, with that knowledge base from Sibaya and from the conversations that we're having in the Tingundla centers, we now know what some of these basic challenges are. One of them, I spoke about infrastructure. I didn't get into the details of what I meant about infrastructure. I spoke about infrastructure to move the produce. That's one area. But there is the infrastructure to guarantee that the produce is actually secured, and that is irrigation. So what we are doing is to make sure that there is water security in all the strategic areas in the country so that people can fortify their crops against climate change. Because we know now that if you farm and you look up in the sky hoping for rain, you may look forever. So we want to build dams. We're building a big project, we call it Mnapu, where we are going to build a big dam, complete with an ecosystem, city, agro-processing and everything. So that is one area of trying to capacitate the farmers so that they can make sure that they produce because they've got water. The other thing we're doing in terms of capacitation is because, again, we know the challenge of finance. When people go to banks and whatever looking for money, it's sometimes difficult. So there is a finance gap between what the farmer needs and what is probably available in the commercial banking sector. So we've got the Agricultural Development Fund, as we have mentioned, and that fund is supposed to plug the gaps that exist in current funding. And what we do is that, firstly, to make sure that the farmer is capacitated, he can actually make it work. Firstly, we assess the project, we hold the farmer's hand, we check the business plans, we go there, and even after we've awarded the funding, we hold hands with the farmer and we make sure that through our extension officers and everything else, the produce is then monitored from start to finish. So that is making sure that there is capacity in doing so. The other thing that we're doing is that we've got parastatals within the ministry that are supposed to secure the markets. So what we are doing is that we are making sure that they hold the hands of the farmer to secure the ultimate produce that the farmer, from planting and all the way to make sure that the farmer is able to actually get the produce and therefore be able to go to the market. We also are looking for strategic funding that targets probably what we call disadvantaged communities. We currently have a fund which we call Smallholder Agricultural Productivity and Marketing, Productivity Enhancement and Marketing Project, SAPHEMP. That project is aimed at ensuring that the youth are targeted, women are targeted, and people living with disabilities are targeted. So to make sure that we empower them and then take them through meaningful agricultural practices that are going to improve their livelihoods. So yes, capacity building is important, but we believe in capacity building that actually gets down to the hands of the farmer to make sure that he's able to make a meaningful livelihood from farming. Thank you very much.
And having said that, Minister, thank you so much for making that point. Thanks indeed. And having said that, what's the status of the plans in place to improve cross-border logistics and regional market access for Eswatini's agricultural produce?
Again, that's a very important point because, firstly, I spoke about making sure that our produce gets to the international market. We do have what we call yesterday, the leader of that organization came through to make a presentation, or his representative, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. That gives us access to the whole continent of Africa in terms of market, of an available market. And therefore, we need to make sure that our produce gets there. The CEO here, Mr. Nixon, has spoken about the railway lines. We have these beautiful railway lines and we're making sure that they are able to take our produce to their destination. But as a ministry and as a government, we're looking at the across the spectrum, because it cannot only be just through railway, because we are not going to export through ships only. We also want to use air freight, because air freight makes sure that the produce gets there early and still fresh. So that is why I spoke about the distribution center and the airport being developed. We want to be able to take the produce out there using quicker methods so that it gets there in time instead of the long rate. So we have a body that works with the other structures in government at the borders to make sure that the produce is able to cross as quickly as possible, because that foreign revenue makes a difference in the lives of a farmer. Thank you.
All right, Honourable Minister, thank you so much for making that point. Mr. Okele, how does Rhodes Food Group integrate the smallholder farmers into your supply chain?
Right, thank you, Sipho. I think from our side, obviously based on the products that we produce, we do engage with the farmers in the various areas. I'll give an example. In the Malkens area, we've got farmers that plant pineapple, and what they do is we help them, in fact, in terms of giving them some of the infrastructure, helping them with that infrastructure in terms of farming the pineapple, and then that guarantees the take-off of that particular produce that they produce and into the factory. And again, other products that we could be looking at in the future is some of our raw materials that we use in the factory, and the likes of, I'll talk about a straightforward one would be strawberries that we're looking for to say, how could we utilize the farmers, the smallholder farmers, to supply us with that raw material, and then that guarantees the offtake. But talking again to citrus as well, from a citrus perspective, we also, buy our citrus from the local farmers, so there's guarantees that, they've planted the trees, and those trees take years to plant and give the produce, but you've got to have that guarantee to ensure that at the end of your season, you'll be able to harvest and bring that fruit to us. And that can only be done if there is a market that has been secured. And that is where RFG plays a pivotal role to ensure that the export market is penetrated. We go out and look for customers, and then obviously we utilize the trade agreements that are there. So this is a whole value chain that we supply. we support right from the smallholder farmers or the farmers that could be producing or farming the various products or the various raw materials.
And I've observed with keen interest that all of your operations are located, close to the sources of raw materials and the end markets to ensure that your products are of, high quality. So what are some of the strategies that RFG Group has employed in terms of ensuring that your products and produce meets international food safety standards?
Right, I think from RFG side, I'll talk about firstly on food safety and quality. We subscribe to various accreditations when it comes to food safety. We get audited by our customers. I'll give an example. We've got customers in the UK, the likes of Tesco, stores, there's Morrison's. They come and do audits on our site, and that just verifies or ensures that the product that we supply is of good quality. And because of the long-term relationships we've had, there is also that trust between us as a producer and them as a customer. So that is one way that we ensure that the quality of our products are at the right standards. And again, you spoke about our operations being close to the markets. One example is this factory in Eswatini being close to the Durban port. As Mr. Nixon has highlighted, we rail our containers down to Durban. Volume-wise, we'll talk about probably just over 1,300 containers annually that we actually send down to Durban by rail. And then that product obviously gets to the customers. And that's very important that that value chain is operational, is working so that we deliver the products to the customer as quick as possible. Another example could be, we also do jams in Eswatini, and that the hub of those sales is in South Africa, the Gauteng area. So again, that means we strategically located in order to get our products across to the border, and from South Africa they're able to be distributed over to the African countries. So very importantly that where our business are situated, it's obviously close to the markets. Even the raw materials, we try and ensure that our raw materials are close to the factory, and that will obviously help with reducing your input cost and ensuring that you are able to sell the product at much competitive pricing, because you then compete with international suppliers as well, or international manufacturers as well. Yeah.
Well, it's quite heartwarming to see, how the measures that have been put in place by the RFG to ensure that safety and quality is at, the bedrock of your operations. Mr. Nixon, you and we were at the Africa Rail Summit in Johannesburg just a couple of days ago, where in your presentation you lamented the fact that, the lack of funding and expertise in some instances really is a problem in terms of rail development. Hence the need to establish a body outside of government, but that is accountable to government, where everybody is represented, for purposes of, harnessing treaties for economic growth. What comes to mind is the PPPs, the private-public partnerships. Do you want to share your insights on successful PPPs that you know of and how they've contributed to rail development?
Mr. Nkungwane, thanks for the question, which, 2 days ago, for the benefit of those, just for background, so there's an Africa Rail conference where we were looking at triple Ps and how we can ensure that railway infrastructure is funded. As we all know, I've mentioned that we don't want to be a constraint, for instance, in getting traffic through Eswatini. Eswatini is not alone, but so we got together as railways to look at this. Now, so triple Ps, as we all know them, basically they're a collaboration between the public sector, the private sector, and so on. They used to be referred to as private finance initiatives. I think in 1992 in the UK, that's what they used to be called. But then there was now a movement to say, look, let's look at this differently. Why? Because what you tend to have, even though we assume that in a triple P, you are all coming at the same level of understanding on what needs to be done and how the organization should be set up. And you find that the successful triple Ps do not have this asymmetry. So we all have to, so whether it's the legal component, the risk component, the finance component, those should all be sitting at more or less the same level. Otherwise, if you have a dominant dominant party, then it just destroys the whole relationship. So I've seen a few. Some of them are not really rail related. It could be in hospitals or schools, even drugs. When governments come around and they look for something that will sort out tuberculosis or malaria, for instance, you need people to be sitting at the same level. We have the Channel Tunnel in the UK. You also have BBR. This is in Zimbabwe. It's a successful one in Africa, closer to us. I think even the concession that we have with the Gautrain Management Agency, that's working pretty well. So these are quite but you have to be very, I mean, I'm not a triple P expert. I tend to be, I either provide a service. My background is engineering, so I'll go into that space to make sure that the triple P works. So it's a question that obviously I cannot exhaust in terms of examples.
Yeah, but then I still want to press you a little bit more on the triple Ps, because I know that there's investors in this very room with a vested interest in the rail development space. So what are some of the strategies or criteria that you use to determine whether a rail project is susceptible to a PPP funding model?
Why do we have triple Ps? We have triple Ps because governments just cannot fund. In terms of the figures, I think yesterday in the gala dinner, the CEO for IPA, he mentioned the Eswatini Rail Link project. I mean, you're looking at least a $2 billion investment, which I don't think, both governments, this is the South African government or the Eswatini government, can fund. So what you need, and it's not only just maybe one bank, but you need a syndicate to fund this, because also you need to spread the risk in terms of making sure that, how can I put it? If you have 5 banks, then the 5 or 6 banks, or whatever the case may be, you spread the risk. But also, I'm just going through this. But also, you need a body that will sit aside from government. So it will be an SPV kind of a body that ensures that there's accountability. And this organization has been well set up and is accountable to both the governments that are responsible. At the end of the day, the asset will belong to government after, let's say, the 40 or 30-year period when everybody has where the monies have been paid and so on. One of the things that maybe I can also mention is that one of the things that have made triple Ps fail is that, for instance, the contractor who is actually carrying out the work, sometimes you find that they're told, well, you'll get your money once we've finished the project. And so the current thinking now, this is the Institution of Civil Engineers, because they produce this, and also the UN, they produce this. So the current debate now is that maybe we should ensure that all the parties within the triple P have some sort of benefit, a rolling benefit, so that they do not wait until the end of the construction maybe, then they get paid. Yeah. So that is maybe one area. Then the treaties are quite also important. There should be, it's okay as governments signing. I represent government because I'm a government parastatal. So one of the things that, yes, government will sign memoranda of understanding, right? But you have to operationalize this instrument. Yeah. So there should be, deliberate steps and targets in terms of this is what we have to, this is milestone 1, milestone 2, and so on. So the environment should be conducive. What, back on this, just going back to this Eswatini Rail Link. Even though it's called Eswatini Rail Link, I had the privilege of, not privileged, but we had to be there because what Eswatini is doing in connecting the railhead, the railway, this 145-kilometer section with South Africa. What we are doing, Mozambique has been doing that on the Sena line with Malawi, so connecting Mozambique in the north and Malawi. Mozambique has done that. Then also, which I was part of the scoping study for. Then on the Botswana side of things, Botswana and South Africa, they're also doing something similar. Now, why am I bringing in the Botswana side? It's quite important because that link between Botswana and South Africa connects the mines up in South Africa with the network in South Africa. And that, all that traffic flows down to Eswatini, to Maputo, as well as Richards Bay. So we have taken the decision as railways, so Botswana, Transnet, which is South Africa, and Eswatini, to actually do this project, which was the original idea, and we've got the banks supporting it. And so basically, there is an opportunity. We had, for instance, Afrexim Bank was here, who are supporting this.
Mr. Dlamini, my apologies, I have to interrupt you because we have to end the broadcast on CNBC Africa. Thank you so much for tuning in. I was joined by Mr. Nixon Dlamini, the CEO of Eswatini Railways, and as well as Honorable Mandla Chauke, the Minister of Agriculture, and as well as Mr. Zakele Nukele, the General Manager of RFG Group. So this is where the broadcast will end on CNBC Africa, but the conversation does continue. And Minister, I'm quite intrigued by some of the policies that your ministry has had to implement in terms of agricultural development, especially in the rural areas. So what are some of the policy reforms that investors and farmers need to be aware of, that will lead to export-led agricultural growth?
Thank you very much. Firstly, because I suspect this is probably the last time I'm saying something, I just... I want...
Your Excellency, is there something we don't know?
No, you missed the sentiment completely. I mean, at this point in time. I think it's the last time I'm making a comment on the podium. Therefore, I would like to reiterate the statement that Eswatini is ready for business. I don't want to take your job, so I won't rally these people to repeat after me. Okay, coming back to the issue. As a government and as a ministry, firstly, we do want to use a consultative approach with our farming communities. That is why I spoke of this initiative of going out to the people and making sure that we are aligned in terms of our targets and in terms of our processes. So we are very consultative to make sure that we go with the people, because there can be no intervention or initiative for the farmer without the farmer. The farmer must be there and central in all the planning. So that is one policy shift that we are making. Secondly, as we are saying, we want to sort of propel the export economy approach and make sure that people are not farming purely for subsistence. We want people to farm for commercial purposes and also to be able to make money and build wealth in terms of their livelihoods. Thirdly, one of the problems we've got in this country is youth unemployment. And therefore, we want to bring technology into our farming so that we're able to capture the young audience, the young farmers, to get interest in this kind of farming. Some of them you might call maybe not policy shifts, but shifts in approach. And to me, it's still a very important thing. We are also then currently looking at making sure that the issue of land is managed such that people can have access to land without necessarily being disruptive of anything, but especially the young people, they must have access to land. And vulnerable communities like women and other groups, they must be able to get access to land because you cannot do much without land. So again, as a ministry, we want to emphasize the importance of contract farming. What we are saying is that there should be agreements between the off-taker and the farmer at inception of the business transaction, so that there is guarantees that the produce will be taken at a particular off-take rate and at a particular price, because that again gives comfort to the farmer, because there's nothing as painful as somebody producing, I'll give you an example, 1,000 cabbages and only being able to sell 100, and then the 900 rot in the field. We want to make sure that the farmer is able to get back to the field because he's got something out of his produce. So these other programs that come, for instance, the SAPEMP I'm mentioning, and there is also a youth program. They usually come again with policy frameworks that we need to put in place for them to be effected or implemented in the way that they're designed. So in short, we have a flexible approach to the policy issue such that we are not rigid, but we are able to move with the times and the demands of the nation. Thank you very much.
All right. And yeah, just before you hang down the mic, Honourable Minister, unfortunately we're out of time, so I'm going to ask my panelists to be as brief as they possibly can in their elucidations. Earlier on, you touched on climate change, which is a very critical element in the in the agricultural sector. And we would be deluding ourselves to think that there is a particular industry that is not susceptible to risk. Each and every industry is susceptible to a particular risk, and all of the panelists can actually agree with me on that front. What is the ministry doing in terms of implementing the strategies that would cushion export-led agricultural products against adverse effects of climate change, these droughts, these natural disasters, or the so-called acts of God?
I think we can probably spend the whole day on this issue of climate change. It's so real and so pertinent that there's no plan or anything that we can put in place without taking care of that. We do have a problem with climate change. We get intermittent droughts, we have already covered the issue of water security, like building this biggest dam in the country. There are other dams that we want to build, big storage dams, and we also want to introduce other systems of water harvesting. And on top of that, we are also doing small and medium dams. Last year, for instance, we launched 15 such dams, complete with their irrigation infrastructure to make sure that the water side of climate change is covered. The side that we still need to work on quite vigorously is the risk of hailstorms and issues like that. The TPM here is probably sitting with a heavy heart because he had given us a job to do, to plant some beans so that we are able to give to the vulnerable communities. And just when we thought winter was on, there was a hailstorm that decimated a portion of those beans. What is the solution to that? It's called protected farming. What you do is that you put in shade nets and you cover your crop. Shade nets and tunnels. What we have done as a ministry in that respect is that firstly we've trained a lot of young people on that technology by going to, we've got an organization called the Women Farmer Foundation that assists us or partners with us to do this training, to capacitate people to know, because it's a different environment of farming. But we do need now the investment to be able to put in place the infrastructure to buy the shade nets and the tunnels so that we're able to protect our crops from these hazards.
All right, Honourable Minister, thank you so much for making your point, and I can tell you that this is the last time that you're speaking on this podium today. Mr. Okele, just in closing, are there any plans to expand the Road Food Group's operations in Eswatini? And in the same breath, what are some of the factors that influence investment decisions in this market?
Right, thank you, Mr. Ngongwana. I think firstly, when it comes to expansion, earlier on I spoke about a recent expansion that we just did, which an expansion on the farming side. And what we're trying to do there is to put that to bed. When I say put that to bed, is to find the markets that will offtake the fruit that we are actually producing. So that's an additional about 18 to 20,000 tons of pineapple that we are farming down in Spofaneni. But what we're trying to do now is to obviously get the market, and by so doing, we increase, the processing in the factory, the job creations in the various areas. And secondly, one of the speakers yesterday on the slides spoke about baby foods. So we are also looking at expanding in that direction. So part of our business, which is part of our core business, but to look at a different product and different target market, and hopefully that would actually pick up. And then obviously at a discussion level, we're thinking about how could we diversify, and the thought is still around things like snacking products. Could we be doing dried fruits as opposed to canning? So again, there are those plans in place which we are working on as a group to try and expand. But obviously, as I said, we just recently did an expansion which we are still in process of putting that to bed.
I just need to pick your brain on this briefly before we wrap this segment. How can we better leverage regional trade agreements and as well as logistics to enhance food exports from companies like yours?
Yeah, I think to be honest with you, I think we have not really fully utilized our trade agreements that are there as a country. The minister spoke about a couple yesterday in his speech. But I think as a country, there is a huge opportunity in terms of leveraging those trade agreements that are there in place in order to increase the exports. And the focus really could be obviously on agriculture. We've got the fertile soil. We've got, I think we've got sound policies from government. The ease of doing business is there within Eswatini. And again, in terms of engaging with government, we could be a testimony as Rhodes Food Group to say that, we do engage with government, and, those assistances where we need, we do get. So the opportunities are there, but I think from a country, as we are sitting around here, is to try and attract more investors. And I would say, as Rhodes Food Group, we are a testimony that, there's a lot that could be done in the country.
All right, Zakel Kele, General Manager of Rhodes Food Group, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Mandla Chauka, and Mr. Nixon Lamini, CEO of Eswatini Railways. Thank you so much, gentlemen. This has been quite an intriguing conversation, and I suppose it has to be an action-oriented conversation that will drive economic growth for this beautiful country. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for my lovely panelists. Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you.
I still have a lot to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand over the reins to my colleague Faith Mangobe for the next segment. Faith?
Thank you so much, the people. Wasn't that amazing? Oh, come on, you have to be more enthusiastic than that. Wasn't that not amazing? And thank you so much for just honoring us and being able to limit the movement in the room, as we did say earlier on and specified that the broadcast was present across 52 countries. So it was imperative that everybody actually was mindful of the live broadcast. And in fact, speaking a little bit about mindfulness, colleagues, delegates, distinguished guests, and I think for the purpose of today, investors. Can I call you all investors? investors, we have good news and we have bad news. The good news is we are oversubscribed for the investment conference, and that is fantastic. That shows commitment, that shows dedication, and that shows intentionality when we talk about truly investing in Eswatini. The bad news is that because we're oversubscribed, some of our guests who are still coming in, and I want to call some of our fellow investors that are still coming in, are also running out of seats. So out of and with humility, those who are in the supporting team, those who are in the working team, please, if you are seated, please just usher in or assist our guests, our investors, with an opportunity for them to have a seat. So if you are in the working team, if you are in the organizing team, please be gracious enough just to allow for our guests, our dignitaries, our money makers, our money spenders to come in, please, and to have a seat. We do have a good problem with us this morning, and we want to continue with the theme likewise. Just to stress also, do remember, please, continue to engage with us on our social media platforms. Do remember, Invest in Eswatini is a social media hashtag that you can use as you are engaging with this particular discussion. So please, let's ensure that indeed we do have a digital footprint. Now, delegates, distinguished guests, and investors, a little bit earlier on, our panelists touched on the importance of leveraging off public-private partnerships. And how is it that we can become more intentional about that very same leverage? And our very interesting synopsis and a debate that has been growing throughout, even in the SADC region, and particularly I would even mention that in South Africa, is around the role of government, because it was a thread that was tied in during our previous discussion around where does government play a role and where does private sector play a role. And in often cases, you find that the debate is as follows. Is it government's job to create these innovative and progressive solutions? Or is it government's job to ensure that the environment is conducive for business to thrive? And I think this is where we need to become so intentional with this debate around what is the role of government and what is the role of private sector in being able to foster true economic and inclusive growth. We heard yesterday that the agenda, I'm going to call it agenda, should I call it agenda 12% economic growth rate? Or agenda 7.5 growth rate for 2025. Those are the numbers that you shared earlier on. So if we're truly to drive that 12% or that 7.5% economic growth rate, where does government start and stop, and where does private sector actually pull up their socks and say, you know what, let's do something if we truly want to be economically inclusive? And ladies and gentlemen, to further elaborate on that very same leveraging of private-public partnerships in growing Eswatini's economy, please help me welcome the Honorable Neil Rickenberg, who is the Minister of Finance, to elaborate further on that. Please give the Honorable Neil a round of applause as he makes his way up onto the podium.
Right, thank you so much, Program Director. Thank you, Faith, for setting the stage. His Excellency, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Madam President, I'm not sure the Speaker's around, but Speaker if you are, all Cabinet Ministers present, Attorney General who's joined us today and yesterday, Ambassadors President, I do see we have some ambassadors with us today. Thank you so much, ambassadors, for making the time. Development partners, there's many of you in the room too. Without you, we'll only be getting half of the stuff right that we're getting right in the country. Appreciate you. Chairperson of Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority, the Director of Trade, Facilitation, Investment Promotion from Afrexim Bank, all conference speakers and investors present here today, CEOs, MDs, senior execs of other institutions, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Right, first of all, I see we started with a testimonial. I thought maybe I'll start with a quick testimonial too, as an investor in Eswatini. When I was a young man, I started a business in Eswatini and it grew into a big company. And And at the moment, you know, often investors come and they say, Minister, in Eswatini, it really seems like such a well-kept secret. And I think to myself, you know, there's probably a benefit for me being a well-kept secret because I managed to grow a business without too much competition in that space. But at the same time, what I can say, and that is that now that the cat is out the bag and that Eswatini is really a lovely place for investment, I really believe that we can now leverage on that. And just as a testimonial, in my years of doing business in Eswatini, 25 years from growing from understanding SME, because at some point the business was really SME size, going all the way through to being quite a big company. Not once did I ever have to pay a bribe. Not once was there pressure to say, Minister, or Neil at that stage, hand over shares to somebody. Not once were there land issues in the country. So what I can stand here and testify as the Minister of Finance, and they say doing business in Eswatini is a lovely place to do business, and there's lovely opportunities to be had here. Our theme is Eswatini is open for business, which is a lovely theme for the day. And but at the same time, one can say, what are we doing about that? You know, it's one thing saying it, it's one thing having a conference. You know, what are we doing about it? And one of the biggest things I think that we've done, which doesn't necessarily be recognized or isn't fully understood, and that is that when one crafts a budget, the budget speaks to what are you taking serious in the country? What are you really putting forward? Is it the real pressures you have in the social front? Is it the wage bill? Is it whatever the case is? And in so doing, when as the budget team, we came to Cabinet this last year to say we plan, in fact, we were quite proud of the fact that we're going to be issuing we're only increasing recurrent expenditure with 10%, the wage bill about 10%, and the capital budget 10%. Which often it's skewed. Often it's the capital budget that gets a lower budget and everything else gets a higher budget because of all the pressure you have as government on the needs out there. We actually had the Prime Minister lead on the discussion to say, guys, if we are saying we're growing, our main ambition is growing the economy, we have to have a higher capital budget in Eswatini. So where the budget landed was an 8.8% growth on recurrent side, and a 14.4%, I think it was, ultimately on the capital side. And I believe from a budget perspective, from a government perspective, there's not many things that speak louder than that actual implication of what we did there. At the same time, I think Faith was touching on, you know, what's that balance between private sector and government sector led? How do we get that right? I think you need to be clear. Government needs to lead when it comes to giving the direction, putting the initial investments in place, setting the environment for where the country is going to from a business perspective. It's the private sector, that's the engine. It's the private sector that's going to give us that growth. But as a government, we are trying our best to try and get out of the way of possibly of business, making sure we're not interfering in business, but at the same time trying our best. At the moment, there's a lot of things we need to do, and we're still in that growth phase, but doing what we can to set the stage for businesses to thrive. What do we need for businesses to thrive in the country? What does a business need to really be able to do well? First of all, it needs a stable political system. In Eswatini, we've got a wonderful government system called the Tinkundla system. And at the moment, sometimes people might even criticize it to say, well, you know, it seems undemocratic. And I'll say to them, come spend one day with me in Parliament and tell me again, Eswatini is undemocratic. Eswatini is a highly democratic country. Yes, our system is not what people understand in a multi-party democracy, but at the same time, it's got a very, very good stabilizing political system that really is great for businesses to thrive because you know what you have today and you know what you're going to have in 20 years' time. It's got a very good tax regime. So for business to thrive, you need a good tax regime. As a country, we reduced the tax rate, the normal company tax rate, from 27.5% to 25%. And I don't think there's a stronger message that government can send to the private sector and to businesses to say, we're open for business, we respect you, we are expecting you to grow. And that growth will ultimately lead to better jobs, and poverty alleviation is what we really wake up for every day as government. So we really believe that we have the environment right on the tax front, people to do well. What we also have is we have developmental approval orders. If companies are coming in wanting to invest in the country, they can apply for developmental approval order, 10% tax rate, all sorts of other initiatives. We also have SEZs in the country where if you invest in 0% tax, and at the same time, even major corporates are wanting to come in. We're even open to have discussions with them to see what can we do to make your life easier from a tax perspective. We clearly understand company tax is not the biggest tax. What we wake up for every day is to grow the economy and to get people employed. And when people get employed, people come out of poverty. When people get employed, the tax that we get from PAYE, which is a whole lot higher than the tax we get from company tax, continues to increase. So hence the real focus is around that and not actually trying to get company tax out of companies. Sustainability is critical for companies to thrive. When I became, at the moment, we take sustainability of our economy extremely serious in Eswatini, and I think we're one of the few countries that actually are on a sustainable path. We had at the moment, what you look at is you look at your fiscal deficit. So at the moment, we have a fiscal deficit we had of 7.5% in Eswatini in 2018, meaning that the gap compared to GDP, between expenditure and revenue is 7.5%, meaning you are on an unsustainable path, meaning at some point, you're going to get to a point where you're not going to be able to pay your debt, you run out of forex, and you just decimate the companies in the country. So to be on a sustainable path, it's pointless building something sustainable when it comes to economies and businesses in the country when you're building it on an unsustainable government. And so in Eswatini, we've managed to get our government and our fiscal into a sustainable position. What that meant was we took the 7.5% down to 2% fiscal deficit. And if anyone thinks that's something easy to do, it is not. It is an extremely difficult thing to do as companies. Look across. And again, it was a country initiative. So if I'm standing here, please don't. If you're clapping hands for me, it's for sure not me. It's very much a holistic approach. But to get that right was very, very difficult. But now we believe that our economy is on a sustainable path. Businesses can come in knowing that if you invest today, in 20 years' time, you're going to be able to get your investment out the country. The country's not going to run out of forex, or it's not going to be trying to somehow grab assets or do what they need to do. When the country's on a sustainable path, it means that companies can relax in the sense that what you're doing now, it'll still be healthy in a long period of time. Our debt to GDP, we're one of the lowest in the region, around 40% debt to GDP, meaning, and not only is our debt to GDP low, but we're also on a sustainable path, meaning we're remaining in that kind of space. Not to say it doesn't bump up or bump down when certain external shocks take place, or sometimes just things you aren't in control of happen, but that is what we aim for. That's where we're trying to remain as a country. We're trying at the moment, our debt to the IMF, for instance, we'll have zero debt to the IMF at the end of the year. At the moment, I think we're the second lowest on the continent, our debt to IMF, meaning that if there is a shock, the IMF there is what you call lender of last resort. They give you money very quickly if there's any kind of shock. Meaning that if there's any kind of shock, that we have someone we can tap onto and that's ready and that's available to assist the country in case we need it. Our reserves we continue to focus on. Obviously, with the economic growth we're having now, even now and again we do go below the 3%, but we aim at the 3% of import cover, and we remain in very healthy space on a reserves point. At the same time, what we try and look for, companies need stable workforce. As we believe in Eswatini, unfortunately for us, we have a very high unemployment rate. But and like I say, that's really the reason why we're doing everything we're doing all the time, is really to make sure we get that employment up. But we do believe that we have a wonderful workforce in Eswatini, and really we're opening up. At the moment, there's a presentation in the cabinet about an e-visa system, e-permit system, fixing our work permit regimes. A lot of work being done there to make sure that is corrected where it is possibly not right at the moment. We got very ambitious growth targets in Eswatini. And so what we are doing is, I think the Prime Minister touched on it yesterday, at the moment we are needing a whole lot more money for our ambitious growth rates than what we currently have in the budget. So the government is absolutely open to be able to work on PPPs, to work on possible boot arrangements, to work on securitization of assets. I mean, even if, we're talking this morning, railways. If the CEO of railways comes and said, Minister, can we please securitize our railways so that we can raise money, so that we can build more railways? Absolutely, we're open to all these things. Our targets are reflective of the fact that we are open because we have to be open. To get our current growth rates that we need, we have to be open to innovative ways of financing that, so that everybody here understands that if there's ways that one can say, right, if this parastatal can do something, can this parastatal get a sovereign guarantee from government to be able to do what they need to do? We're absolutely open to be able to make sure that we find ways to do that. At the moment, Even though we plan to increase our capital budget with about 1 billion emalangeni a year in the near future, we know that that's not sufficient to give us the growth drivers we need. So hence, when it comes to PPPs, boot arrangements, and any other way of trying to get this open, we definitely are hoping that we'll be able to work closely with you. One thing that we are well known for in Eswatini is our accessibility. So if you need to see ministers, often it's really not that difficult to see ministers. Accessibility to whoever you need to try and get to is there. So if one has an innovative way, our doors are absolutely open. At the same time, one of the things companies need is peace in the country. We do believe as a country we are out there and leading. We have a very peaceful country, and peace and stability is one of our large strengths. Opportunities. Where are the opportunities in Eswatini? I do believe we'll still have a few presentations. Lovely opportunities in mining. The Minister will speak on that. Minister of Agriculture touch on agro-processing and agriculture. And just from a budget perspective, we are putting a huge money into the agriculture space. Lovely projects like the Mkondo Ngwavuma project, where there's 30,000 hectares of land opening up under irrigation in the Lavomisa area, where the poorest of the poor people live. At the same time, it's got the most fertile soils in the country. So just opportunities coming up like this, we really believe is going to be phenomenal, not only for agriculture, but the agro-processing, very much like the Minister touched on. Financial sector growth, we believe that there's a lot of opportunities for continued growth in the financial sector. Manufacturing, at the moment as a country, we are subscribed to SACU, we subscribe to SADC, we subscribe to COMESA. At the same time, AFCFTA is coming, we subscribe to that obviously too, but we are probably one of the countries with the broadest how can I say, trade regimes when it comes to all of these relationships that we have. And we believe that this should really set the stage. So whatever one wants to do, one can have access to whichever markets one decides to supply to. At the moment, value addition, we need to try and continue to see what we can do on the value addition front. As an economy, we have a large sugar industry. Generally, we produce sugar, even packaged sugar, but it kind of ends there. We need to look at value adding our sugar. So please, investors, if there's opportunities there, really believe that we need to try and enter that space. Forestry, we grow trees in Eswatini very professionally, very economically. We produce planks in certain area, but generally there's not much value adding of the planks, nor timber value added products. So whatever opportunities in that space, the country is open to those. We do believe that even our textile industry, large textile industry, we plan to vertically integrate downwards in the industry. So whatever we can do to be able to have materials coming through the system so that we can produce the textiles in Eswatini is really we're saying let's leverage off our strengths. We have these strengths as a country. What can we do to leverage off those and improve on those? Energy space will be touched on too, I'm sure, but a lot of opportunities there. The Minister of Tourism will touch on tourism, and the Minister of ICT will be touching on those. We're not saying we don't have challenges in our country, but what challenges we have, we believe if one looks at our portfolio, one will notice that there's a lot of work being done in those challenges. So my last closing remarks is just to appeal to the business environment and to the investors, is to say at the moment as a country, our red-hot reason for what we are doing is to create jobs mainly for our youth. So whatever we are planning here today, even if it is just on the revenue generation front, you'll understand as a government our focus will be there, and really appeal to everyone to remain, to support us as a government to get this right for ourselves and for the greater good. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you very much. And I see in the Minister's presentation the issue of PPPs featured quite prominently again. Public-private partnerships, and the issue of partnership, I think we need to open up the conversation a little bit more broadly from today and in future conferences to harness and find mechanisms of how we could balance private interest, public interest and private profitability in terms of unlocking growth and unlocking some of the opportunities that Eswatini has to offer in the space of PPPs. Now, let me welcome Dr. Gainmo Zanawe. He's the Director of Trade Facilitation and Investment Promotion from African Bank. He'll be talking about investing in Africa, building sustainable economies, and this is another very, very important conversation that we'll be having, because in as much as the discussion today is about Eswatini Eswatini and the opportunities that Eswatini has to offer. But the broader picture is investing in Africa, because Eswatini is just a unit of the African economy. So how are we unlocking the opportunities that the African economy have to offer? And then, Mr. Doctor, there is also the issue of the after 34 trillion or 3.4 trillion US dollars potential that the African continental free trade area has to offer. What are we doing as the different African economies to tap into that market? Doctor, very good morning to you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, yes.
Is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AFCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships, and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners, and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean, and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations, and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe, and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights, be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AFCFTA, tackle key barriers to intra-African trade, and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards, and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative African Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature, and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities, and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs, and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions, and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics, and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AFCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AFCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AFCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria. Your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit intra-africantradefair.com to confirm your participation and access more today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it, and this is the IATF calling, and Honorable Prime Minister, the call for action was specifically for you to bring Eswatini to Algeria, and we want to build on the wonderful discussions we are having here and basically take your investment opportunities also to the Intra-African Trade Fair, where we are going to invite everybody throughout the globe. All the 55 African countries and investors will be there. So this is actually a very good build-up to the Intra-African Trade Fair. And before I get into my speech, I also wanted to actually highlight why it is actually important to focus on the trade fair. Because the trade fair is essentially about promoting trade and investment, which is essentially what we are doing here. We realize that on the continent, there is actually a general challenge in terms of intra-African trade. It is very low. If you ask anybody, they will tell you that intra-African trade is very low, at around 15 to 18% because of infrastructure. And we say at Afreximbank, probably yes, but when we actually had to dig deeper, dive into the real reasons why Eswatini is not trading more with Egypt, why Eswatini is not trading more with West Africa, we actually realized that, yes, infrastructure is a challenge. It's a generic challenge which is affecting both trade among African countries as well as trade with the globe. But why is it that if, as a continent, if we can move more than $1 trillion worth of goods with the rest of the world, why can't we even move half of that amongst the 55 African countries? We actually realized that the problem goes beyond infrastructure. There must be something. And at Afreximbank, we found that something. It's actually lack of access to trade and investment knowledge. Because if you do not have the knowledge, you will not be able to trust your neighbor. If an investor comes to Eswatini, if they don't have knowledge, they will not be able to invest. And if you do not have the knowledge and if you cannot trust anybody, there is no way in which you'll be able to do business with that person. So at Afreximbank, we deliberately decided to revive the Intra-African Trade Fair. By the way, this is an initiative that was started by the founding fathers of the African Union. In 1963, the very first decision they made was that Africa should be able to organize trade fairs to actually exchange trade and market information and be able to trade and invest in each other's territories. So there were first 3 editions of trade fairs that took place. The first one was in Kenya, and then it went to Nigeria and Egypt, then it died a natural death. At Afreximbank, we said, but now if we look at the Kwame Nkrumah's, the probably El Nasser, Egypt, Jomo Kenyatta, who had it in 1972, they must be turning in their graves because the current leadership actually let them down. We also decided to do some soul searching. Why was Afreximbank established? By the way, Eswatini, Afreximbank is your bank. If you didn't know, you should know by now. So we were established by governments through the ministries of finance or central banks to focus on promoting intra-African trade and investment, to focus also on promoting extra-African trade. We have been doing well in terms of basically drilling holes, digging the dirt and exporting it unprocessed, exporting jobs. But we actually said we need to do something, focus on intra-African trade amongst ourselves. So that's when we actually decided to revive the Intra-African Trade Fair in 2018. We have been backing it annually with no less than $20 million just to make sure that the IATF is brought together as a sustainable platform for bringing buyers and sellers, investors, and investment promotion agencies. And I think the CEO has been doing a fantastic job. We actually had a meeting with him. We thought we were going to actually explain to him on how to do investment forums. We realized that he was ahead of the case. We were just agreeing with what he was doing, and we said, please go ahead, you're on the right track. So we were really emboldened, and we were, yes, I think you can claim it for him, not for me. So I think these are some of the things that we really are trying to promote using the trade fair. But the trade fair is not just an event, and it has got a number of things that I'll also be unpacking now to actually clearly explain some of the financing, trade facilitation, investment programs that we will also bring to the trade fair, and I'll explain some of those to you, and I'll just ride on existing protocol and ensure that I give both investors and some of the companies that are already here in Eswatini a flavor of some of the financial products that we have to support you, whether you're an investor, whether you're an SME, whether you are an existing company that is looking at expansion. We believe that Afrexim Bank has got you covered. So it is in this context that I have got great pleasure to actually be here to represent Professor Benedict Orama, our president and chairman, who is really passionate about trying to support all the African countries, including Eswatini. He actually asked me to come and work with Eswatini to ensure that we start now looking at viable business projects that we can actually finance. I think the time for speaking English is over because our people don't eat English. So we really need to go to the people with tangible projects that will create jobs. What I normally do when I'm traveling to a country, I like to speak to the local people, the taxi drivers. You can actually gauge the challenges. So at Afrexim Bank, we try to listen to those people. We try to listen to the investors. We try to listen to the business people. And then we go to the drawing board and develop tools that will be able to support you. And that's why we pride ourselves as a trade and project finance supermarket, because all you need to do is to carry your basket, walk into the supermarket, and tell us what you need. Whatever challenge you have, we can develop instruments to be able to address your challenges. And it's also very interesting for me because this is my second time coming to Eswatini. And the last time I was here, I was still working for SADC. So I'm pretty much familiar. I came for the 2013 SADC Summit, and I'm actually pleased with the level of development that has actually taken place, which basically not only confirm what we heard yesterday, that Eswatini is on a growth trajectory, and I started also believing in the Nkwe vision, and the Honorable Minister actually explained that to me, and I got it immediately. Afrexim Bank is your partner. We believe in Nkwe because in Afrexim Bank, we actually have got a saying that says that if it is possible, it will be done, and it should actually be done. And even if it's impossible, it can be done. That's basically the motto for Afrexim Bank. That is why we enter into some of those difficult, impactful projects. Our approach is always to try and work with the local financial institutions and try to do some syndications to join forces to deliver solutions. And at Afreximbank, we believe that I think investment needs to be looked at again from another perspective. We welcome foreign investors, foreign direct investors. We need them because they bring in technology, they bring in ideas, etc. But there's something that is normally forgotten. People always talk about FDI, but they forget about ADI, which is Africa Direct Investment. Yes, there are investors in Africa. More than $1 trillion is actually available also in the continent. This is money that is looking for a home. It's not only the Dangotes of this world who has done at least a big refinery which we financed, but we know there are many Dangotes in South Africa and even here in Eswatini. So we are actually trying to find those and support them to be able to invest in Eswatini or to invest in other African countries. Africa direct investment is normally forgotten. Sometimes it's not even treated as investment. And there's even local investment. Somebody from Swaziland, Eswatini, who is trying to invest in their own country, sometimes the treatment they are given is actually lower or inferior to those that are coming from outside. So we need to change that, because for a foreign investor or for an investor from another country to come in, they also need to have confidence. Like what the Honorable Minister of Finance was saying, actually, that's a good example. Somebody is actually demonstrated that Eswatini is safe to invest by putting their money. It then gives confidence to the foreign investors to also come in. I liked the presentation that was done by the sugar company, ABF. I think that was actually reassuring for me from a financing point of view that something can actually be done in Eswatini. And if it was in a church, I'll be bowing down for Eswatini to baptize me because I got converted. And it was really very, very instructive. So from Afreximbank, what we're actually saying is we know that according to the World Investment Report of 2024, total foreign direct investment was basically about 53 billion for the African continent, which is basically about 4.1% of the global FDI flows. And this is actually in stark contrast to the FDI that was going to other developing countries, which was almost around 870 billion US dollars. So why is it that Africa, we are not attracting more of this FDI? There are certain things that we need to do, and we need to discuss those things openly, and this is where we also throw away our diplomatic hat and enter into practical discussions with investment promotion agencies, with the relevant ministries. The idea is not to name and shame, but the idea is to point areas that require improvement. At Afreximbank, we've actually now established a department, a function that focuses on assisting countries to design policies and instruments to actually attract investment, improve the business environment, and then that will give us the confidence to also go to our partners, our clients who are also investors, to say, let's go to Eswatini. The investment in climate has been improved. If it has not been improved, we will say we will work with Eswatini to actually do the reforms that are necessary. We'll engage with the relevant players to ensure that some of those things that are being asked by local, African, and foreign investors are actually addressed, and we do it as partners. At the end of the day, we want to see Eswatini prosper. We want to actually ensure that that target of 12% growth is achieved. We believe in that at Afreximbank. These are the targets or ambitions that we actually believe in. So We have got a range of instruments that we've put in place to actually address the challenges in terms of investment gap that we have. In the infrastructure, we know the gap is very huge, from 130 to 170 billion. And we heard about some of the key projects that Eswatini is looking at, from the railway projects. We've been following those discussions, power plant. And also, I must say that when the Honorable Minister of Agriculture was speaking here, I was really impressed, because at some point, I don't know, Honorable Prime Minister, what you have done. Because when I first met your CEO for investment, I was pleased, and I said, the man knows what he's doing. Then I met your Honorable Minister of Trade. He was spot on everything that he was doing. I thought that was the end. And then your Minister of Agriculture. The things that he was talking about today, these are the things that we've analyzed for all the countries, including Eswatini. You really need to focus on agricultural productivity, processing, and export, and also deal with the logistics issues. So what we have actually done at Afreximbank, Honorable Minister, I will speak to you. We've put in place a 2 billion facility to support agriculture, and we really need to work with you. The things we are focusing on include the dam construction, the irrigation equipment, and then you produce products, and you need to add value, process. We don't want to keep on exporting jobs. We actually need to work with smallholder farmers, and as well as big farmers, to ensure that we produce and we are able to feed ourselves and export. So the initiative is actually called Export Agriculture for Food Security. Some actually call it sovereignty, and we align with that. So we are actually trying to ensure that the production is actually driven by the market. You start with the offtake. You start with the demand. Then you go back and tell the farmers to say, grow these particular types of pineapples, and this is the juice that we want to produce, not the other way around. In most African countries, agriculture has been failing because one neighbor will see somebody doing tomatoes, the whole village is red with tomatoes. And that's not sustainable. So you need to start from the market. For us to address that at Afreximbank, in addition to the 2 billion facility that we have, we've also established the Continental Trading Company that is called Africa Trade and Distribution Company, working with our partners from the AFCFTA Secretariat. And we've actually bagged that facility initially with 1 billion. It will probably go to 3 billion very soon. So what the trading company will do is it will give you market intelligence. It will actually tell you, Eswatini, you actually need to grow these particular products. They will do a value chain analysis. And then they will tell you that there is actually a market for these products in Nigeria, in Egypt, and in China. So focus on these products. So it will bring market intelligence. And then it will not stop from there. We will also work with the Ministry of Agriculture, extension service providers, to then grow the products according to the specifications. Whether it's groundnuts, sometimes you need to know the groundnuts that you are growing. Are they for the confectionery industry or are they for the oil industry? There's a difference. And even the way you package them, we actually lose up to, I think, 35 to 40% of our products due to poor post-harvest handling. So these are some of the issues that we actually need to address. The Export Trading Company will help to deal with some of these challenges. And we have now started with the soft commodities, but we've also expanded into the minerals. We want to control our minerals as Africa and ensure that they are actually aggregated by this trading company, sent to key processing centers in Africa, and then only allow exports when we've beneficiated our minerals. So if we work together as the 55 African countries, we will be able to achieve that. We can even dictate the price of our minerals, and we will regain our control. And all these things that are happening, these global turmoils, will become a thing of the past, because we'll then ride on the AFCFTA to create a single market where we can grow intra-African trade from the 15 to 18% to even more than 50%. And that will create jobs for the young people. Just to illustrate this, we funded the Dangote refinery, and now for the first time, Nigeria is actually processing its oil into various petrochemical products, including fertilizers. You need fertilizer, Honorable Minister, for farming. So what we are now trying to do, working with the trading company, is to even see if we can do new intra-African trade routes where we can actually bring a ship from Nigeria all the way to Walvis Bay with fuel, not only for Eswatini, but for Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and other countries. Fuel, quality fuel will be cheaper, which is also environmentally safe, which meets Euro 5 standards and above, as opposed to some of the dirty fuel that we are seeing, which is even actually causing a lot of challenges. And we will also bring in fertilizer. We will then look at the products that are being produced, let's say from Southern Africa. The same ship will take them to West Africa and to the rest of Africa. So when you do that, you are actually, we can literally see intra-African trade moving to more than 50% if we do that. These are some of the interventions that we are putting in place at Afreximbank, and we hope that we'll be able to work with Eswatini to deal with some of these challenges. I also want to highlight that I'm really pleased with the projects that we've seen, that we've received from the government of Eswatini, the investment promotion agents, and we have shared some of those projects with our partners. They are looking at them. But before I conclude my remarks, I just want to highlight that at Afreximbank, we don't only care about the deals that are going to be done here or to be signed here. We are actually looking at now following through after the discussions. We want to actually work with Eswatini to ensure that the deals are actually implemented or executed. That's where the biggest challenge lies in. We've actually assisted a number of countries in Africa to do these investment forums. The recent one we did in Egypt, we actually did about $5 billion US. Now we're working with them to execute. We want to do the same for Eswatini. Once we have the deals, we want to work with you to ensure that the investment actually takes place. If there are challenges, Afreximbank is now going to work with Eswatini to ensure that the investor is given the necessary comfort. It could be, if they need finance, Afreximbank is there. If you need guarantees, Afreximbank will give you guarantees. And we will also work with you. We've got our trade and market intelligence expert who is in the room. We will also help you to ensure that if you do an investment, it could be the sugar value addition, it could be minerals, it could be other products. We will help you to look for the markets through our market intelligence and our trading company to ensure that the investment does not fail. So we actually look at the aftercare as well to ensure that Eswatini succeeds as a country. So I would like now to basically conclude my remark by thanking the Honorable Prime Minister and his team. I think I'm really pleased that from yesterday he has been with us. This shows leadership. This shows commitment. And I will pass on the message to my president, and I will ensure that we do the needful to work with Eswatini to also provide financial support to your country, Honorable Prime Minister, and work with you to achieve your vision, His Majesty's vision, to ensure that Eswatini basically becomes a high-income country. This is what Afreximbank stands for, and I'm really looking forward to working with all of you. Thank you very much, everybody.
I
I just want to make a note. It's not every single day that a financial institution says, we want to work with you and we want to give you money. So, Doctor, thank you so much for being very intentional and really elaborating quite detailed and with passion some of the plans that are ahead for African Bank as well. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and delegates, may I kindly request, my time is 10:52. So I don't know about you, but I think that it is only fair to give you a little bit of a comfort break. Is that okay? So what we're going to do, though, is it's not a tea break. It is a comfort break. So whoever it is that has been calling you 50 times this morning, this is your opportunity now to answer that call. And may I kindly request that we come back into the auditorium. The time is 52 on mine, is at about 56 latest, please. 52, let me give you grace. 57, 58 latest. Is that okay? 57, 58 latest. Literally just 5-minute break. Answer the phone call, just a comfort break. And then also we're going to have our next speakers, including the Minister of Information, Communication, Technology, speak to us. But for now, take a comfort break and we'll get back together again at about 10:58. Thank you.
round two. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? May we please be seated so we could continue with the program? Ladies and gentlemen, can we all please take our seats so we could continue with our program? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I implore you to please take your seats so we can continue with the program. Lunga, please come up front. Sabini Sagabi.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the next item, the next panel discussion, let me just make this announcement that Wi-Fi is freely available in this room. Just go to settings, then go to Wonderport, hotspot, and then connect from there. So if you want to get access to the internet, make sure that you use those logins. Let me now invite my colleague Faith to drive the next conversation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do still see that some people are still outside. Can you kindly assist us? Ushers, hostesses, those that are outside, please kindly assist in everybody getting back into the auditorium so that we may begin with the next part of the program. I would preferably like everybody to be ready inside and seated so that we can start, so that there is no disturbance much as we begin with the next part. Delegates, distinguished guests, those that are within the auditorium, please let's start taking our seats, please. Let's all start taking our seats so that we can begin with the next part of the program, please. And ushers, as those that are outside, please just begin ushering everybody back into the auditorium, please, so that we can continue with the program. Colleagues, delegates, investors, those that are inside, please start taking your seats before I welcome our next guests. There are still a couple of delegates that are still standing. Please, delegates, start taking your seats, please. So we can begin with the next part of the program. Just to get a feel of the room, I'm always big on reading energy in the room. Is everybody still okay? Colleagues, delegates, thumbs up. This is your sign, thumbs up. Everybody still okay? Great stuff. Those that are coming inside, please, minimum disturbance as we're about to begin with the next part of the program. Delegates, distinguished guests, our next part of the itinerary is looking at leveraging technology to grow the economy and build skills and alleviate unemployment. It really is something that we need to start getting practical about. And what we're going to do is we're going to have this as a working workshop. You're going to watch them workshop the solutions as to how do we integrate digital technologies. So without further ado, please help me welcome the founder, the CEO of Analytics X, Mr. Talefani Banks. We're also joined by Mr. Barry Schultze, who is the head of corporate and investment banking at Standard Bank Eswatini. We're also joined by Wandile Mjali, CEO of MTN Eswatini. Give him a round of applause as well. And of course, last but not least, Mr. Cedric Sierra, who is the head of Southern African region, as well as a continent center, actually. Thank you so much for joining us. Cedric, please give Cedric a round of applause. Mr. Sierra.
Number 2.
Don't worry, you can give me the other one. The other one will be probably for good luck. All right, gentlemen, as I said, I do handle this as one conversation that is, we can never have enough when it comes to being able to talk about technology, the growth of technology, and the accelerated pace of technology in comparison to the rest of the global economy. However, let's start in the beginning here. Yesterday, we heard that priority sectors had been identified which will foster job investments as well as good infrastructure and good service delivery and the like. And of course, some of these actual sectors include manufacturing and agro-processing, which we heard. We've looked at agriculture, energy, mining, tourism, education, and ICT, of course, being an agenda. But it all starts with technology as well. It all starts with connectivity. It all starts with being able to be connected, including the most vulnerable of places. So maybe take us through, Mr. Mjali, in terms of the basics of connectivity. How are we faring in Eswatini in being able to integrate this connectivity, especially in the most rural of places?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I think certainly, just to start off, technology is no longer an option. Technology is actually imperative for any growing economy. And I think certainly for countries which we have seen, and I can give some examples of countries where we've seen, significant improvements in the economy, it is really because they focus on the technology and make sure that at least from a basics and enabling environment, we've actually made sure that there is proper connectivity in the kingdom or in the country. There is actually an environment where the legislation enables such in that country. And so for us in Eswatini, I think just to give a confidence that we have actually dealt with the issues around connectivity. We are proud to say as a kingdom, we're sitting at today just over 98% coverage from a people's perspective. That is really something very, very good. I'm sure we're actually one of the highest within the African continent in terms of connectivity of the population. From a LTE perspective, we're sitting currently at about 94% coverage on LTE, which is really one of the highest technologies that we need as a country to make sure that there is proper broadband speeds within the country. Now, we are still at an early stage in terms of 5G coverage, but we are making strides to ensure that 5G coverage is actually provided in our country. So looking at that as the basis and enabling environment for connectivity, it then says we can then start to build on that particular connectivity, because we believe that Eswatini are well connected across. So if you want to set up business in anywhere in the country, it could be down in Shiselweni, it could be Lubombo, Hoho, and Manzini, you're guaranteed that you're going to have the best coverage. You're also guaranteed that you're going to have the best speeds in terms of making sure that you have got the connectivity that you require. Also, what is key is that you should be able to then connect outside the kingdom of Eswatini. And that is, again, something that we are proud to say that we've got a very stable connectivity to date in the kingdom. So through fiber connectivity back into the undersea cables across the world. And so we could be sitting here and you can do business from Eswatini and connect easily to the Western world, connect easily across the African continent because of the stable connectivity that we have provided as businesses, particularly in the ICT space in the kingdom. Again, what is also very key, I think, for investors is around making sure that the cybersecurity issues are being dealt with in the kingdom. And again, it is very, very important for me to highlight the fact that we've been able to achieve a very good stability in terms of cybersecurity. The Minister of ICT as well as the regulators have put together the policies and make sure that there is right infrastructure that is built in the kingdom to make sure that we deal with issues around cybersecurity. It's very, very important because for investors to come in with confidence and make sure that they can use our digital infrastructure, they must make sure that it is secure, and that the users of these systems will then be able to transact without any issues around cybersecurity. Very, very key that we've done that. And maybe perhaps lastly is really around the teacher skills for Eswatini. And it goes back to your question around making sure that it is something that we have extended across the Kingdom of Eswatini. As MTN, we've actually built a very comprehensive MTN teacher skills where we're now training Eswatini from the grassroots levels, from wherever you are, so that you can then develop a skill and be able to then use the technology that you have in place to be able to do a number of things, such as making sure that you've got the right career. You develop Eswatini for teacher skills, for teacher jobs. And so we are proud to have said that Eswatini today have got this access, and it is free available for Eswatini so that we can then be able to build the right level of skills across the kingdom. Today, I can proudly say that we've got young people who are working in Eswatini, but working for international organizations through the programs that we have put in at MTN through the academy. And this is really has brought in Eswatini who can then be able to deliver on certain skills that are needed across the world. So people do not have to leave the country and stay overseas, for example, but they can work from here and be able to deliver. So investors who need resources, skilled resources in the kingdom, we've been able to achieve that through these programs.
And this is going to be very imperative. I do see that some of our delegates are still making their way into the auditorium. Just to minimize as well the disturbance at the back, we're just going to give an allowance for them and some grace to them as they make their way back into the auditorium as well, while this conversation is continuing. But, Mr. Banks, on one side, we speak about how there needs to be grassroots connectivity, including the most vulnerable of spaces, so that we can actually come up with transformative digital solutions. But before we can have transformative digital solutions, we have to be able to identify problems and problem solving that is practical in the solutions that we find. So I guess it sounds like a simplistic question, but how do we identify the problems?
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone, and honorable ministers. I think that we're in an age of technology, and I respect what other ministers have been saying about the challenges of the country, but we need to recognize that the modern-day jobs need modern-day solutions, and you need to start including modern-day solutions in your budget. When you talk about unemployment in the country, how do we solve that? I'm glad that they're talking infrastructure. I'm thinking cloud centers. Do you own data cloud centers? Do you own your data? Because that's where we should be creating cybersecurity jobs, data engineering jobs for the youngsters. I'm thinking, are you creating solutions that are solving problems here? For example, we've built a platform called Spaza Eats in South Africa. It's a marketplace that allows trade within the country, and it's inclusive of informal markets and formal markets. Most of the population here, it's a young population, but you've got a very ambitious youth that are willing to learn technology. How do you bring them and include them into the modern day marketplaces? Because that's where the jobs are. For example, with the solutions that I'm talking about, you can get a mother who's in an informal shop and she's selling quarters or some meals that people prefer. That is the market here. That is what people are eating here. You can extend her market by using that digital technology, because now she's not only targeting the people who can walk in the radius, but she can attract people who are 7 kilometers further that can also buy from her. You are increasing her revenue. You are increasing bankability within her business, because now she can prove to a bank that she can afford. These are solutions that needs to be done. When you see youth not knowing what to do, it's because they don't know where to apply the current skills in the solutions you have. But when you start bringing the technology and the marketplaces, now that you've got infrastructure, you can leapfrog centuries of exclusion, if that makes sense, yeah.
But of course, it also speaks significantly to how we're able to get access to funding models, capital raising models, so that indeed the innovation that you're speaking about is able to be funded, and we can see the realization of it. But that's where financial institutions come in, isn't it? And when we're looking here in terms of accessibility when it comes to financial institutions, what we've often found is that irrespective of whichever financial institution, when it comes to disruption, sometimes, especially when it comes to traditional financial institutions, they are slow to move with the agility of the people. The people want funding, and the funding must be now. Whereas the financial institutions want you to be able to have checklists that you're able to go through to make sure that indeed you are able to have the capacity not only to sustain the money that is going to be given to you, but also the capacity to be able to pay it back if it's in the form of a loan. So then how then do you start reconciling the two between disruptive elements and SMMEs and businesses and entrepreneurs who are disruptive, who want to find solutions, as you're speaking about, Mr. Banks, who have got the connectivity as well as you're speaking about, but are saying, I cannot do this if I do not have the capital to allow me to thrive. How agile can our financial institutions, and can they be in being able to foster such? And maybe that is, of course, that question goes to Standard Bank, as always.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning to everyone. Yeah, I just have a caveat here, though. I'm not an expert on tech and IT. I grew up when you listened to a radio, you didn't have TV. A telephone was something that was plugged into the wall and you turned the dial. Have you seen a youngster try and make a call on one of those phones nowadays? They don't know what to do. So it gives me some hope, seeing as I don't know what to do on the cell phone. Using a calculator at school was seen as cheating. So yeah, just to let you know where I come from.
But you do have the money. But it is about the money.
Yeah,
it's about the money right now. Yeah.
So I think certainly from a financial perspective, yes, you're right. People want answers now. They don't want to. And I'll go back a bit on this story as well. When, as you say, when people wanted to borrow money before they put on their best suit, they went to the manager in the branch, they were told, go and fetch your income statement, your balance sheet, your pay slip, this, that, the next thing. Whereas nowadays, with technology, we have behavioral scoring, where banks can see from the behavior on your account and predict what sort of level of a facility you'd want to give to that particular individual or that SME. And in actual fact, what we're starting to do now is we're starting to actually get hold of customers and say, here, there's 200,000 available for you if you need it, if you want it. So we're being progressive there, rather than the customer actually having to come in and ask for permission and have to fill in 10 million documents. We also then have the likes of Unayo, which I think competes with MyMo, where customers can open accounts with their cell phone. You don't need to come in with an ID and a proof of residence, et cetera, et cetera. So I think the technology is helping a lot in terms of making it simpler and easier for certainly the informal and the SME sort of sector and the non-banked people to have access to finance.
Yeah. But on the other side of it as well, I mean, you're speaking here, Barry, about having access to financing because we've shortened the amount of time that it takes to process you about whether or not you are qualified enough to be able to do it. And I'm going to stick with you on this. I'm going to be a stickler for this because oftentimes innovation and disruption is prohibited by the capital that is available to individuals. So in this instance, if a person comes to you and they are dressed in their finest suit, and they do present their income statement or their balance sheet, and they do have this innovative idea, what is going to be, and what is the differentiator between you saying, we're turning you away to go and review, versus we're funding you, here's $5 million or $1 million, get started, we are supporting you? Because somewhere, somehow, between the, I'm dressed in a nice suit, I'm showing up at your office, to the, I'm walking away with an actual check, well, in this case, an EFT, there's often a disconnect as to what do I need to do to get myself over the line. So let's get practical. What must I do to get myself over the line so that you come back to me and say, Faith, here's $1 million, get started on your disruption?
Now you're getting nasty. I think it's probably more on our business banking and SME side of the operation. Where we have these business hubs where people can come in and sort of get the education and the understanding on what exactly it is that you need to do to be able to run a business and what it is that you need to do to present to the bank and show them that you're capable of borrowing funds and obviously you're repaying it, because after all, that's our depositors, our customers' money that we're lending out. So we do have to be fairly strict because we're playing with other people's money. It's not our money. So we need to ensure that if we're lending money out, it's able to be repaid. But there certainly are sort of programs where we try and educate those type of people, the SMEs, the smaller businesses, in terms of what they need to do and how they should be running their business and understanding cash flows and income statements and that type of stuff. The end I come from, we always operate like that because it's more on the corporate side. You can't really at this stage have a computer deciding on behavioral scoring as to what we're going to give you. There's a lot more to assessing that. But certainly on the lower end of the market, yes, we do assist.
And so let's talk a little bit here about collaboration.
Are you still sticking with me?
Not yet.
Okay.
You're off the hook for now. But a big part of collaboration, Cedric, also requires us to be able to leverage off our network and leverage off our countries and fellow countries. And in the leveraging, they often say that when it comes to technological advancement, it's not about creating something new, it's about making better something that already exists. In fact, a lot of the technological innovation comes in from you having to work with what you've got. Instagram, for example, gave way to what we would call now TikTok. And Facebook gave way to what we would call Instagram. Or X, well, maybe not X anymore, but X. So these are the technological advancements that allow us to move from one place to the next place just by simply modifying what already exists. And in that case, being able to leverage after other states who've got better infrastructure or perhaps more developed infrastructure so that we don't have to invent the box, but look at how is it that we can leverage off it. How are we faring in that regard? And where would you say you spot the opportunities for us to truly leverage off the existing infrastructure within our SADC members so that indeed we're able then to move faster in accelerating the progress of problem solving as well as digital integration?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'll take an example so that we can be a bit more clear on this technology and how the disruption, innovation is going to bring new added value. This morning, it's Mr. Lukele who was talking about quality to export. So quality, it's a competitive advantage, and it's also part of the growth strategy. And if you integrate the advanced technology into your quality control processes, this is where you're going to start to add value. So that's one of the examples, and we've seen this in other countries, is that when you start to bring the tool, and I always prefer to talk about the tool, about the technology, not as the end, but only as the mean to get there, this is where you start to get economic expansion, where you start to stimulate also the job creation, because you give to everyone this opportunity to do the work. We're lucky maybe now in this century is that we don't need as much capital to be able to disrupt. You gave some examples, and the old brick and mortars companies now maybe see it more as a threat. We should see this more as opportunity in countries like Eswatini, where anyone, anywhere with the right connection is capable to do and transform something all around the world. Today, even if you are investing in Eswatini, you can see Africa, we talked about it, but also the rest of the world as your market, depending on the tools. So again, I gave the example of the quality approach, but this is true everywhere. And that's the good thing about the technology, the advanced technology today.
Sure. And Mr. Mchadi, I also wanted to get practical a little bit about youth unemployment. It is a consistent struggle, especially within the SADC region, of youth unemployment, especially within our member states. And youth unemployment cannot be salvaged until we can really address the skills deficit that needs to be overcome so that young people can get access to those digital technologies that we're speaking about. Right now, the world is moving towards data analytics, artificial intelligence, software development, software programming is something that is seeing almost a back end, because what we're finding now is that AI is able to do the work at half the speed, twice the time, and they don't go on strike. So in the reality, and we're just being practical here about the machine versus the man, and in reality, young people need to be able to be equipped with the necessary skills so that they can take forward this digital transformation. but they need the skills. How are we faring when it comes to the acquisition of skills, the retaining of those skills, and being able to implement those skills in some of the existing corporate markets? There's the reason why we've got 2 microphones.
Thank you very much. There's a study that was done by McKinsey that demonstrates how the technology, particularly AI, will change, employment in various industries. It says that in the African continent itself, you're looking at, we're going to lose perhaps just about 70 million jobs as a result of AI. However, on the flip side, it also shows that the new digital skills will increase by almost 89 million, which means there's a net improvement in terms of skills development within the African continent, which means it says we should not then fear the advancements in terms of technology when it comes to training of our young people, because it does have a positive impact in the sense that if we invest in learning, particularly within the new teacher skills, we will see more and more of our young people getting a career, getting employed, and also developing and advancing the economy of the kingdom. So I think for me, the first thing that we need to do, and what we are trying to do again at MTN, is to make sure that we get these teacher skills right at the grassroots level, right at the bottom. And so some of what we've done, I think, across the country is to develop and invest in ICT from a primary school to a secondary school to tertiary education. It's very, very key. When sometimes we go around the country and we go to really the remote rural schools, where you find that the young people do not even know what a computer looks like. That is a concern, and I think the Ministry of ICT is doing a great job, and the Ministry of Education, to make sure that data starts there and ensure that we provide the basics around ICT education in our schools. And we've seen also some improvements in some of the secondary schools, high schools, and into tertiary, and we continue to invest a lot of resources there. Through our MTN Foundation, I think a lot of partnerships that we've done, very, very key that we develop it from the grassroots levels, and then we try to make sure that there is continuous improvements. I've spoken about the MTN Skills Academy that we started a couple of years ago. We've got providing free licenses to Eswatini to get into this academy and learn a skill, and the skill would help them. In particular, those that are not in tertiary, that are not in university, but these are as our young people that are within our communities that do not have access to university. They can learn a skill, even with your own JC or Form 5, you can learn a skill on this academy and be able to earn a living and be able to at least advance yourself going forward. And we've partnered with a number of our partners, such as ESCOM and UNDP, to be able to do that and achieve it in the kingdom. Obviously, it's still at an early stage if you look at the numbers themselves, but I believe in the next 5 years we should see some significant improvements in the Kingdom of Eswatini when it comes to teacher skills for Eswatini, and that is what we need to emphasize on across, not only within the ICT space, but also across the Kingdom of Eswatini. It has invested in our young people in these new teacher skills, because things will change. AI will definitely change things, but I think there's a net effect which will be positive in terms of the Eswatini getting new skills and be able to advance themselves from a career perspective, and as well improve the overall economy of the Kingdom of Eswatini.
And thank you very much for that. Mr. Banks, I want to elaborate a little bit further here on skills development, especially your advice that you would give to corporate structures who are now trying to see how is it that they navigate this, what we would usually call it, whether in learning is VUCA, which is volatile uncertainty, of course, leading to you having agility. But nonetheless, when we're looking at corporates that are still trying to figure out exactly what is our digital mandate and what does a digital strategy actually look like from a practical perspective, we're talking about skills development. A lot of times when you look at the studies that are based on skills development on digital transformation, you need to ensure that you are updated, I think every 24 months, if not less now. It's about 18 months, because something new comes out every single 18 months that is going to leave you so behind in the skills that you've already acquired 18 months ago. If you were to advise entrepreneurs and corporates that are sitting in this room, investors that are sitting in this room, that are trying to take advantage and leverage off the technology that is out there, how do you begin in advising them so that they do not feel as though they're always playing catch up to the tech, that they're always ahead and somehow they can turn it and be ahead of the tech?
I think it's a continuous learning. You can never be ahead because it's continuous improvements. Other economies are growing every day. But you have to look at technology as an enabler to what you already have. What we have seen as we build technologies for other large corporations is that there's a resistance on adopting technology or adopting technology. They feel like, hey, you see, this one is going to remove us. And it is true that instead of 10 people who are using Excel, we will now use robotic process and machine learning models, and we will have three people working on that. But what it also means is that there will be other better solutions that you will start focusing on within that department. Because now that you are not doing data cleaning, now that you are not doing all the things that take so much time to create invoicing or manage your data, now there's a lot of jobs in data engineering, building pipelines on automation, creating ATLs. This skill is not even there, to be honest. Like, I don't know with Eswatini, but I've helped one of the companies here. I don't want to be specific, but the data engineering skill is not there. And it's like it's unheard of. But that is the skill where you should be, most people should be going into. It's now, how do you manage data from cloud systems? And it's like the leaders don't even know that your data is in risk. And you're not even aware that you should have been having control over these cloud solutions, cybersecurity. Apart from these now, you look at data centers. We are all using international data centers. How secure is your data? How secure do you know what I mean? And this is where the skills are. So apart from looking at the automation of what is happening within organization, let's also look at new jobs that are created. On the youth unemployment, they are looking at the old ways of trade. And that's why I was saying that I like the fact that we are bringing railway to pass, but AFCFTA is also one of the solutions. When you talk about intercontinental trade, you're talking digital inclusion, digital trade. But if your community is not included in digital trade, how are they going to compete on the highest level? What I was saying was you need to start getting into, now that they are being trained, they need to be a tool that we use, which is a digital tool, digital marketplace. These can be used with an old lady who's operating an informal shop can use this solution. We want to see this. We want to see scooters moving around, making deliveries. I've seen shops here in Spa, Pick and Pay, but people are looking at the leaflet and they go by. They are not getting that service. We need that. That is what will create new jobs on the youth, the guys with just licenses and things. When you look at the future of Eswatini, for me, the way I see it, it's different to what they are doing. It's managing what is there, and it's good. But the future of Eswatini is you don't have legacy problems. You don't have systems that are holding you back. You are open for new solution. So you can implement new solution now. And because of that, look at other young economies that have succeeded. Singapore, Rwanda, Estonia. I've got e-residency in Estonia. These are small countries, but they have given people e-residencies to trade within. Now it's like a big digital ecosystem. That's what the ministers should be including in their mandate, to include digital inclusion. That's what will, like I said, it will leapfrog centuries of exclusion. That's all.
Yeah. And perhaps we're going to talk a little bit about the role that financial institutions can play in being able to foster and leapfrog some of these agenda items that you're mentioning here. I mean, you're bringing in some very pertinent countries that would have been seen as developing nations. I know that, for example, South Korea, the way that they were able to raise their market base was because they invested in their human capital. So their human capital in South Korea became the basis as to how the country actually grows. The country cannot do so unless, of course, the money is in circulation, and the access to that money is something that is quite pertinent and in the structure, therefore. When it comes to financial institutions as well, Mr. Seer, in terms of being able to assist some of these developing markets in being able to tap into locked potential, not only locally, but also globally, do you think that financial institutions are doing well enough in being able to say, listen, this is an opportunity within the regional market, but have you tried Europe? Have you expanded your reach? We're talking here about being able to have inclusive growth. Inclusive growth sometimes also means pointing the direction to the money. Do we point the direction towards the money?
So I presume you're talking to me again.
Of course.
Yeah, I think my honest answer is yes, we probably are a bit slow. I think your newer sort of fintech type banks are a lot more quicker and nimble. You look at Capitec back in South Africa, I think they're now the biggest bank by customer, and they've only been around for about 10 years or so. So yes, us more older traditional banks that have been around for 100 odd years, it takes a bit to make that change. What I can say though is we are spending a lot of money on technology. We clearly understand that that's the future. I think we're spending about 30%, if I'm correct, 30% of our costs on actual technology and new technology. And you're right, it changes so quickly. The rate of change is just speeding up as time progresses. So yes, you can get left behind, but you spend, and to stay ahead, you're having to spend a lot of money in terms of staying ahead. In terms of connecting to the rest of the world and globally, etc., I think certainly if I'm speaking from a Standard Bank perspective, we have a huge footprint across Africa. So there is that connection with other markets, multinationals that are in different markets. We can connect them on one system, one hub, so they can monitor all their businesses across the continent and potentially across the globe, so that they know what's going on from day to day. So yes, the short answer is we probably are a bit behind. We have a bit of a legacy, but we're certainly trying hard to catch up.
I appreciate the honesty. And as we close, Mr.
Well, remember,
Schulze,
my telephone turned the dial.
Mr. Schulze, and you've got a very difficult task because I have to wrap up now, is how then do you start advising the continent, the region, the Kingdom of Eswatini, in being able to be more intentional around formulating and formalizing disruption in itself? If you had to advise the kingdom, what would you say?
So, in fact, I'm going to ask, I'm sure most of us who was visiting Eswatini, first thing we checked was not if there was water, is to check the Wi-Fi password. And it shows, well, I guess we also need electricity. But what I mean by that is that when the Honorable Minister of Finance was talking about the relationship between the politics and the private sector, is to create the right environment. And all those things that we're talking about, we need to still have some strong structure so that we have the proper internet. Because if you have internet everywhere, then everything we discussed right now will be possible. So yes, I think it's first focus, so electricity, internet, and then by training, educating, we're talking about getting the right skills. The people here in Eswatini, and from what I see, is definitely people who are willing. They will be able to grow the business. So just that little start, and then everything will be. Because I can see already with those 2 days here that Eswatini is definitely open for business. It needs just that little extra, and everything will grow.
And thank you very much. Well, dignitaries, distinguished guests and delegates, as we summarize this particular conversation, the panel discussion, what has become aptly clear is that, firstly, connectivity is no longer something that is a privilege, it is a necessity. In fact, one study actually showed that the young people, when they're asked in terms of what are your needs, your immediate needs, so you know how you go through Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So Maslow's hierarchy of needs will have your shelter, your water, your food. Young people, when you ask them, what is your Maslow hierarchy of needs, it's the first one is Wi-Fi. So it's first Wi-Fi that sits on that hierarchy of needs, and then I'll think about whether or not I'm hungry afterwards. And that is just the reality of the integratedness and the necessity of us to transform digitally, but also to be inclusive in that digital transformation, because young people ultimately are going to be inheriting some of the disruption that we are speaking about. And very quickly, yes, Eric.
Sorry, just before you finish there, I know we're talking about technology, you're talking about in Maslow's hierarchy, youngsters, Wi-Fi's up there. What we mustn't forget, because this is all youngsters do, when they're going out with a family lunch or whatever, human connection is very, very important still.
And absolutely right. And indeed, you're absolutely right. Human connection becomes imperative. And that's why when it comes to artificial intelligence, it's not about the AI, it's about the input that the AI gets from humans so that it can operate effectively. And that will then dismantle bias, racial bias, just bias around the technology in itself. That assists us when we start reminding and remembering the human element in it. Our panelists, thank you so much. You've been really they're fantastic, very honest conversations. Please give them another round of applause as they're effective. Well, you are all officially dismissed. And thank you so much once again for participating with us as we really try to look at how do we best leverage our technology so that we can get, of course, digital transformation and get it quite aptly. Well, at that, I'm going to hand over back to my colleague Simpiwe to take us to the next moment of the program. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Faith. Let me again ask my sound colleague to help me with this podium. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very action-oriented and thought-provoking discussion. And the panelists here really illuminated that technology, in as much as it is a tool, but it is a transformative force in terms of unlocking the potential in the skills development and harnessing the education sector. And yeah, they really showed us that with technology, everything is possible. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me now welcome a leader who's been at the forefront of Eswatini's digital transformation and whose vision in Eswatini's digital transformation has really shown us that with everything we can harness the educational input and as well as just making sure that everybody is involved in the education transformation of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to welcome the ICT Minister, Honorable Savannah Mazia, to come forth for her presentation. Honorable Minister. Welcome, Minister. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, allow me to please observe all the protocol that has already been observed. It's difficult to talk after the money people, but I'll try my best. I do want to start off by saying to the Ministry of Commerce, really well done. I think we need to recognize that. I think that for a first go, you did it. And we wish you many, many more of these, which are so important for us as a country. I suppose, having heard the panel, most of my speech is gone, so I'll try and do what they call in the business world an elevator pitch, and really talk fast. I hear all the things that are being spoken about ICT and what we need to do, and I'm happy to say to all of you that we're doing those things. I'm also happy to say to you, you know, we're a little treasure that people don't seem to appreciate. And let me tell you why. If you look at us, you think of us as 1.2 million people. It works for us in ICT because we think of ourselves as a sandbox where everything can be tried and will be tried. We see ourselves as being nestled between Mozambique and South Africa, so we've got 100 million people which you can service. We then think of ourselves as having access to SADC, and we think of 400 million people. We think of ourselves as having a gateway and being a gateway to 1.4 billion people, which is the African continent. And so we are not afraid of 1.2 million. To us, that's sandbox talk. To us, that's success. And to us, it's really positioning us as a lead in the world. So let me tell you why we're so amazing and so great. This is an investment conference, so I'm gonna tell you all the good stuff. And it's all true. Let me tell you about infrastructure. One of the things that we challenged with in the continent is the issue of power. In my world, for example, power is important. It continues to be more important as we look at data centers, as we look at fiber, as we look at any of the robotics that we're going to bring into this country, space economies and everything. And so power is very critical. We have power in this country. Most of our colleagues cannot say that they have that consistently, and I must tell you something, we have power in this country, and we are planning to have more power. We want to have excess power because that makes us even more attractive to folks who want to come and invest in ICT. We look at issues of bedrock. What is bedrock for us? Bedrock for us is fiber. You know, we're looking at installing fiber throughout the country. We're looking at high-level microns. They're not only going to look at us being able to have connectivity, fast delivery of data, but also look at us and say, you know what, we can be able to now attract the largest and the biggest and the best in as far as technology is concerned. So anybody coming in for tier 4 data centers is welcome. Anybody coming in for robotics is welcome. Anybody coming in here to invest in chips is very, very welcome, because we're going to have the fiber to be able to incorporate and be able to service you in that particular manner. We also have extended our bandwidth, which is very important. We've also been able to buy more capacity from sea cables, undersea cables. We've just finished, just so that everybody knows, we've just finished installing microwaves throughout the country. It may mean nothing to most of you, but what it means to us is every single part of this country is now covered by microwaves, which talks to the issue of rural inclusion. Because I think when we talk about inclusion, we do talk about only the cities. So the microwaves that we have been able to install will give us that consistency and that equality, and everybody has equity in the area of ICT. So for us, that's really very important. We've just launched a smart city in Mbabane, our capital. That's really important. It shows that we've got a proof of concept. It also shows where we're going as a country. So what do we have? We have a smart city with 5G. So that's really, really critical. But also we have a smart city that is covered by 59 cameras, so we can see everything you're doing wherever you are and why you're doing it. Why is it important? We must have safe cities. But also it's AI enabled, so what does that give you? It gives you the capacity to add other things in there, whether it is for speeding tickets, whether it is for crime prevention. So it really plays a very, very important role for people who want to be able to invest. The other issue becomes, you know, my colleague from MTN told you about the 98% coverage. We have that, and that is a true story. We're going to cover the last mile of 2%. I don't think there's going to be a big problem for us. But what now becomes important is the issue of connectivity, reliability, and cost effectiveness. And that's the role that we want to be able to play. We've covered about 49 of our Tingundlas. In fact, yesterday we were in Eswatini with the friend of His Majesty, or a friend, I was learning that yesterday, a friend of His Majesty, to cover Eswatini, to be able to give free Wi-Fi and to be able to give a technology lab. These things are very, very important. They're important because Wi-Fi is a right now. You know, the 5G that we've installed, for example, and the smart city in Mbabane is going to give you free Wi-Fi. Whether it's you're in the bus rank waiting for a bus, or whether you're walking down the street, you'll have free Wi-Fi. These are things that if we're going to be a first world country and a high margin earning country, we need to be able to have these things. But we talk also about education. We need to be able to have schools have free Wi-Fi. We need to have schools have access to labs and to be able to have access to ICT. And I'm talking about K through 12 now. I'm not talking about anything in the tertiary environment. So we're looking and we are finalizing the installation of free Wi-Fi in 155 schools. It may seem like nothing to you, but it's huge to us, because what it does is we cannot have a place anywhere in the continent where we say we are going to be in the future and our children have never seen a computer. Let's open up this world, and this free Wi-Fi and school connectivity is really very critical. Then, folks, one of the other things that's been talked about, which I'd like to just kind of elucidate on, is the issue of skills. We need to be able to upskill, whether it's government employees, which we're going to be doing and continue to do, but also the general public, from the youngest to the oldest. So let's just give you some numbers. We've just trained 50 teachers in ICT, in AI, in large language models, and cybersecurity. This is important. But you know what? This is the good thing about ICT, or about the issue of technology. We're training trainers, right? So that even if you don't have the full capacity, we can now be in an environment where if at 3 p.m., every single school is doing math, we can have one teacher, whether here or anywhere in the world, teaching the best absolute math. And so this, for us, becomes a very amazing growth point. We also have trained 108 girls in space technology, in space economics, and space engineering. This may seem like a pipe dream to most of us because we all live here on Earth. But Mars is the next frontier. Space is the next frontier. You know, the children we have today who are born today will be living in Mars. So we have to be able to access that. We have to be able to have an understanding. Later on in this year, we're going to be training 300,000 people. 300,000 people is a quarter of the population of this country in coding. Now, I know that some of you don't understand what I'm talking about, but I'll tell you what it means. It gives us the understanding, and it gives our people the basic understanding of this world, and it also enables us. We talked a lot about leapfrogging. We are really well positioned to leapfrog, and we are actually at the point, sometimes when you look at the things we're doing, you're not able to connect the dots. Let's connect them for you. You now have a country that has full fiber throughout the country, that has microwave throughout the country. You now have a country with a highly skilled young population that can work whether in the country or be involved in remote work. You now have a country that is able to really be an engine room for growth. And that's what we're doing now. We have a very good park called the Royal Science and Technology Park. This park is going to be a host for a lot of the government services in ICT. We want to be able to let every single product and service that government is supplying to its public to be in your hand. So we've got a program called Government in Your Hand. One of the things I'm very allergic to is standing in line. It's just a thing I've always had a problem with. And so my biggest push was, how do we get people to have dignity? Because standing in line steals your dignity. And it's an African thing, and it's a really low-level thing that takes away people's dignity and makes the people across the counter seem more important, and they can abuse you for whatever. And so if you can be able to sit at home, use biometrics, apply for your passport, apply for your driver's license, apply for your marriage certificate, those of you still getting married. God bless. I'm sorry about that, Excellency. I really am trying to behave. That gives you time. That whole day you take from work, or 2 days, because by the time you get to the front, someone tells you that the system is down, or whatever it is, you now are able to really have services that go to the people. And government must give convenience. So our positioning is, RSTP is an amazing park for us to be able to be an engine room for this. We're looking to be able to take our data center to tier 3, but also tier 4. We also want to be able to ensure that every single investor is able to invest in the ICT space using RSTP. We're a special economic zone, so all the benefits that come with being an SEZ that were mentioned before by the Ministry of Commerce also apply to ourselves. But also we are open to those who are coming up to be startups, because we forget that Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, they're all less than 10 years old. They were all begun by young men and women in garages. And now, globally, they're the top 10 on the stock exchanges of the world. So this shows you that if we just provide an environment for the young people to create, if we provide an environment for the young people to really be able to have access to all the resources, they'll come up with a solution. Whether it's high-tech or low-tech, they will come up with the solutions. Our role is just to be able to support them. So what we've done is to say, let's upskill you. And it was said before, and I'll repeat it. We want to be a learning nation. If we're a young nation, we must be continuously learning. So we've partnered with many people like Google. I mean, yes, I did say Google. Why? Because we must show the world that we have got best of breed. And as investors, you must understand we're very serious about partnering with best of breed. To that end, we've also partnered with the UAE, who've been really fantastic to us in really walking up the journey with us and being able to see how we go forward. But that's also important for us to know that we want local companies and local players to be involved. So MTN as a company is involved in our process, but also we're going to be bringing in the young people to be part of the process, to see and be part of the environment of being able to ensure that this country has government in your hand, but also has solutions for both ourselves and the rest of the world. we talk about the issue of cybersecurity, which I'm very passionate about, and I sometimes worry about. What do we know and what we all appreciate about it? We are working with RSTP in the 3-highway system, meaning that one is going to be cloud, the other is going to be at RSTP, and the other in an elsewhere location to which will not be defined or discussed with you. We want to be able to ensure that the good and the bad players in the hacking space are part of our system. Because, you know, banks actually, FBI, all these other institutions actually hire the bad actors, the ones who are the hackers, to be able to see what is it that is happening in their world so that you can get better and you know what they're up to every single day. But I believe what we haven't done so effective as a continent, but we are doing as a country, is we are opening up the space of saying, information is important. Protect information, but also ensure that when you protect it in a manner that is military style. We call it military style. And we're continuously looking at players we can partner with who give us that kind of protection. So I can assure you as investors that whilst we may have had some gaps in the past, we are absolutely focused on ensuring that this country is the best cyber-secure country in the world. So we are really, really wanting to give you that assurance. I also want to let you know that whilst we're an ICT player, by the way, we're also a biotechnology player. So in the medical fraternity, we're looking at genetics, we're looking at all these other areas of telemedicine and surgery, what we call telesurgery. We are already talking to partners to do this. The only thing that always, for me personally, is a challenge is that things take a bit of time because we have not had some of the bandwidth to be able to play with. But I think, you know, Your Excellency, you always talk about us working fast, we're working fast. And the King always talks about Ngwe, we're on that situation. So as a close-up for me, 80% of the careers of the world are going to be in STEM, whether we like it or not. I would love to be able to say this country has joined the bandwagon and we're going to lead it. We are not afraid to lead. We are an educated, you know, I meet so many people in this country with PhDs and from really amazing institutions, Your Excellency. So I want to let you know that we are going to lead in the area of ICT. And I am here to say to every investor, if you can understand where we're going, if you can look at where we are now and what the next 2 years are going to give us, we are going to be one of those countries that people talk about. You know, you talk about Estonia, you talk about Singapore. We will be in this particular space, one of the countries people talk about. We've got great leadership at government level. We've got great leadership. We've got great leadership through His Majesty. We're consistent. We're safe. I cannot, and I talk as a previous investor, I cannot imagine a better place to be because like most of Africa, we will give you the double-digit returns. And no one actually ever talks about that when you invest in Africa, it's the only place in the world where you can still get double-digit returns in dollar terms. People don't come here just to hang around. They come here because they've seen it. But we as locals must see it. We must be able to be open to investing ourselves. We want to ensure that with our young people in particular, we want to empower them, we want to make sure that they're employable, but we also want to make sure that they are employing people. So to close off this conversation, I'm here to say it's a great job, Commerce. We are a country to invest in, and I would say, come now, we're open now. If you don't come now, you may be overtaken. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think that this could be aptly described as a call to action. It was not a presentation, it really was a call to action. And I like how you closed it. So we're just saying, come now. If you don't come now, you may be overtaken. So it resonates and it lands, and thank you very much for sharing that. And of course, to get a little bit more practical as to exactly how do we make these PPEs or these triple Ps more beneficial for all of us, for this inclusive economic growth? How do we leverage off these public-private partnerships, and how do we make it so that indeed we can find the funding for these bankable projects? We have got the PSPF case study, which will just elaborate on how exactly we can effectively partner for growth. How do we leverage off these triple Ps? And how do we fund bankable projects? So without further ado, please help me welcome the CEO of PSPF, Masota Vilagati. Sir.
Right. Yo. You, my daughter. Yeah. Fine. No. Actually, the reason I'm sort of breathing a little bit heavier is because how do you present after such a presentation? Anyway, with all protocol observed, I will just push through. I have only about 5 minutes. I've been told that it's only about 5 minutes or so. It's not a subject that I would have wanted to pick, Your Excellency, but thanks to Sibane here, he wanted to make it as difficult as it is. So clearly, we can push through, sir. The context of this is we're going to be talking mainly about PPPs, how we as PSPF have gone about it. It's not the best. I mean, effectively, we are not the best at the subject, but we've done a bit. So our mandate is long-term investments for us. That's the key because of our structure. There is rising pressure, of course, Your Excellency, to diversify portfolios beyond just the traditional assets. And there are infrastructure gaps that we see in the kingdom. PPPs, the structure, basically, it tries to give us service delivery or to help government to get a good service delivery and also provide infrastructure for the kingdom. I think there are examples, but we're not going to talk about the Queen Mabatu Hospital in Lesotho. It's one example of a PPP that has worked. But clearly, from our perspective, it must be commercially viable, it must have been risk assessed, and it must have clear returns at the end for us to actually go into the thing. There are key sectors that we think we can play a part in, all those. Our PSPF strategic objectives, we want to preserve and grow the fund in a sustainable manner. We also wish Your Excellency to stimulate economic growth and create employment for our people. I think the Minister of Agriculture in the morning spoke very eloquently about the agriculture space. It is a space that we are really interested in, and we are in it currently. We also want to diversify our portfolio towards real assets and partner with the private sector, particularly the financial institutions and DFIs, to actually fund those projects. You can talk about a good PPP structure. I'm not going to delve on it. You can Google, or actually you can research on it. The How Train is a typical PPP that is seen to be working and is actually delivering both returns and the reason for it to have been done. It's just a case that we wanted to mention, but we're not going to talk about it here. It has created jobs. It has provided the required infrastructure. I mean, I know when you go to Johannesburg, for instance, nowadays, you feel safe when you board the How Train compared to anything that you can actually use as transport there. There are only 2 projects that PSPF has been involved in. The Skunus and Hlangano Road, it is not a PPP. I can see Minister Neil is looking at me with a frowning, not really, but it's something close to a PPP. It was not a PPP. It was government, a contractor, and PSPF on a partnership type of arrangement where we would finance the job, I mean the certificates coming out of that. So obviously it was not really a PPP where we would manage the project and actually deliver it to government once we recouped our money. Government is going to pay us on an ongoing basis. We have a project, the Lower Maguduza Hydro. I'm looking at Feli Mabuza there. He left us with it before it was implemented. and the Minister of Natural Resources, the Prince here, he knows a lot about it. It is a proper PPP project. The intention of it is to generate energy or power for the country. It was designed, by the project itself. It is being built as we speak by the project. We are going to operate it for the number of years with the power agreement. And after we have generated and recouped our finances, we will hand it over to government through EEC. So that's a proper PPP structure that we have been involved in. I want to mention Standard Bank because they are the major debt financer for the project. And when we say the PPPs, they work well because PSPF is a pension fund. We are not a DFI, we are not a bank, we are not, our structures and our processes are not as great in terms of assessing these kinds of projects. So when you go there and fund a project together with the Standard Bank, you leverage on their expertise and you are sure then at the end that you will get value for it. Oh, Barry, you like that. Anyway, there are challenges and lessons that we have learned. Of course, policy and regulation normally delays things. I think the Prince will attest to this. The Lower Magoduza project has taken us over 10 years to actually come to fruition. But we are happy that we are on it now and we're actually going to deliver the power project or the hydro station within 2 years. Technical preparedness, as a pension fund, we lack the expertise for preparing ourselves technically to make sure that the projects are okay. And then clearly, some projects will have underperformed in the past, and then it gives you jittery. You are not then comfortable to go ahead and look at these things. There are mitigation strategies that we have employed. Mainly, you want to partner with credible institutions that will provide you with the technical expertise and actually the financial support as well. You require joint governance and exit mechanisms in all your PPPs. I think for the Lower Magoduza, it's a clear-cut case. After such and such, after so many years, we will make our money, and then we will obviously exit the project and hand it over to EEC. The way forward, we do look at it and say, at some point, we need to set up a sort of a projects unit within ourselves to be able to look at specific PPP projects that we can sort of jointly go into. We also struggle with creating a scoring framework that will sort of include the ESG components, because in most of the cases, that is what drives these projects. And there are, I think the Afri-Exim Bank was here. There are regional organizations that we need to partner with to actually make sure that we do this thing properly. And then PPPs is value and impact. PSPF remains available as an investor to actually partner with other bigger investors to deliver huge projects. It's not like we have a lot of money. The money that we have, for instance, if you talk about Lower Magoduza, it's a 1.3, 1.2 billion project, but we have only committed about 450 million. See, clearly because of our own financial muscle. We need government to help in terms of streamlining the approvals. And then, of course, the DFIs to support and actually de-risk these projects. Private sector must come to the party and actually present vetted and bankable projects for us to actually look at. With that, Your Excellency, I can say, when structured correctly, pension capital can build nations without compromising member value. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that one, Mr. Vilagati. Now we're on to, and I'm sure many women in this auditorium would agree, one of our most esteemed and favorite topics. Not to say that any other topic has not been great, but this one particularly hits the spot. We're going to be elaborating on the role of women in building Eswatini and Africa's economies. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome the co-convener of the Women Economic Assembly, Futhi Ntoba.
Is that okay there? Okay. His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Russell Dlamini, Cabinet Ministers present here today, the host Minister of Commerce and Industry and Trade, Honorable Mangoba Khumalo, members of the Diplomatic Corps, business leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak at this prestigious conference. I'm excited to share with you a subject that's very close to my heart. Before I speak to you today as a business leader, let me begin by speaking to you as a daughter of Eswatini. I was raised in a home full of women, 6 sisters to be exact, in a small town of Estegi. My father, though he would have wished for more sons, quickly became one of the fiercest feminists I've ever known. For him, education wasn't a tool, it was a protection, power, and a possibility. He taught us that being a woman meant you had to be twice as strong, twice as prepared, and endlessly resilient in order for you to be able to contribute to this world and build it and leave it a better place than you found it. I carry these words with me to this day, but I also carry something else. His belief that every girl should be equipped to stand on her own feet, to walk through doors of opportunity without fear, and to change the world. It's that belief that has shaped my life's work, be it my professional pursuits, career development, leadership ethos, and social justice work in education and women empowerment, such as the Women Economic Assembly, where it is our key objective to drive economic empowerment for women. Program Director, according to the Global Gender Gap Report for 2024, closing the overall gender gap will require 134 years. At the current rate of progress, it will take 169 years of economic parity and 162 years for political parity to be achieved. Clearly, Eswatini cannot wait for this. So this investment conference, which I commend for considering the importance of investing in women, comes against a backdrop of great strides concerted efforts by international bodies through conventions, treaties, and other international human rights instruments seeking to promote gender equality and women empowerment. In spite of these commitments, in spite of these instruments, commitments and actions by the international community, state and non-state actors, the vision of equality still remains a pipe stream. Gender disparity still persists in all spheres of our life, including the economy. However, women have transcended these disparities and made inroads in the mainstream of the economy in Africa and globally. In this address, I will consider the question of what is the role of women in building Eswatini and Africa's economies. In other words, why should Eswatini invest in women? We will also briefly share the experience of the Women Economic Assembly, which is a collaboration between the private sector, government, civil society, and also what it seeks to achieve. And further, I'll share the success stories and lessons learned from this initiative. Hopefully, Eswatini and the continent will draw from some of these lessons, because together as the continent, we can always do more. Let me paint a picture of the economic status. Globally, decision makers have failed to consistently make women a priority. It's a true story. In South Africa, for example, women currently make up 51.1% of the population, and about 42% of households are headed by females. Yet, almost 50% of women aged between 15 and 64 are economically inactive. This is in accordance with the International Labour Organization's report of 2022. Similar statistics hold true in the SADC region and other parts of Africa. This drives home the fact that half of the women's age are not part of the labor force compared to their male counterparts. Women specifically are employed in low-skilled, low-paid jobs. Poverty levels amongst women remain high, and the productive potential of women in the labor market remains unused. The state of the women-owned businesses in Eswatini, South Africa, and other continents of Africa reflects both progress and persistent challenges. While there's been a notable increase in the number of women in entrepreneurship across the continent, women-owned businesses still face significant hurdles that impede their growth and success, namely, but not limited to, access to finance, difficulty in accessing capital, credit and financial services, and lack of financial literacy, regulatory barriers, having complex regulation procedure, endless red tape, and gender-based laws, discrimination and patriarchal norms and values that foster gender-based discrimination, and tech barrier limiting access or lack of digital skills and internet connectivity. Globally, women own between 35 to 45% of businesses, but secure less than 5% of public contracts. This is a shocking disparity that also needs to be addressed. Sub-Saharan Africa, in accordance to the United Nations program, estimated a loss of 1.7 trillion annually due to this gender inequality in the labor market. So it is not only an injustice, but a colossal missed opportunity to use the skills of women. So in addition, Africa has one of the highest gender-based violence rates in the world. This picture reinforces that more forthright and urgent action is needed to support women. Despite the constraint, though, that I have just highlighted, there is a strong foundation to accelerate progress, as illustrated by the National Gender Policy 2023 for Eswatini, which states that Eswatini continues to make strides as entrepreneurs, indicating a strong will and determination to survive in spite of a gender gap. So according to the policy, women's contribution spans multiple sectors, and it is essential for achieving inclusive and sustainable economic growth. This is a very good story for Eswatini. So the role of women in building Eswatini and Africa economy is pivotal for the success and the growth of African economies. It yields a wide range of benefits, not only for the individual entrepreneurs, but for the economy and for society as a whole. So investing in our women's own is not only a moral imperative, but also a smart business decision with significant social and economic returns. Sure, the light is straight in my... By providing women's entrepreneurship with the resource support and the opportunities they need to strive, investors can help unlock the full potential and create a more inclusive and equitable future for all. So what are the solutions? Our experience, as I have mentioned, like in the Women Economic Assembly, is that addressing all these challenges requires concerted efforts from governments, policymakers, civil society, and the private sector. This includes implementing gender-responsive policies, providing targeted financial and technical assistance, promoting gender equality and women empowerment, and also fostering an inclusive entrepreneurial ecosystem that supports the growth and success of women in business. Also, what we have learned is that legislation plays a crucial role in this regard. Thirdly, it also required a multifaceted approach to address the various challenges and provide opportunities for growth. For an example, the provision of targeted financial support and incentives for women entrepreneurs, offering business development programs, workshops, and mentoring opportunities tailored to the needs of the women entrepreneurs. I was extremely excited to hear about the work that is happening in agriculture here in Eswatini in terms of the capacity building, because only when we use targeted solutions that are to solve targeted problems can we achieve more success. Also, the facilitation of networking opportunities and mentorship programs that connect women entrepreneurs with experienced mentors and business leaders and peers. So Kona is an initiative whose mandate emerged in South Africa, where there was an allocation of 40% public procurement directed to women-owned businesses. This initiative strives to create an enabling procurement environment by activating public-private sector supply value chain in a coherent and corroborative manner. We designed a gender participation framework that highlights 6 critical areas where we measure the number of women-owned businesses, established ecosystem of business ownership with clear mentoring, increasing employment of women, integrating industry interventions to township and rural economy, creating an enabling policy environment, and also stimulating parallel sectors of the economy. Since the launch, we have seen significant progress in terms of sectors of the economies where previously women didn't participate. For an example, in our automotive sector, there were no women in owning dealership. Now we have 4 of them. And also the automobile sector designed a specific training which is geared for women to do specialized dealership of the future in order to prepare them for the electric vehicles. We have seen about 22 billion being invested in the sector. Our objective is to create an environment where women, men, boys, and girls can reach their full potential and champion their circumstances to achieve and to pursue careers and enterprises of their choosing, have resources at their disposal in order to contribute positively to economy. From the individual, we require relentless pursuit of their ambition and the ability to take advantage of the opportunities. In terms of this meeting today, my appeal, therefore, to the investors in this room is to, as you think about investing in Eswatini, think about allocating some of those contracts to the women of Eswatini and also the youth in order for us to achieve the growth that this country needs. So I look forward to an invitation to launch Eswatini Index for Gender Inclusive Supply Chain in future. And I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Wow, Mamdoba, that really struck a chord when she said especially that women are forced to work twice as hard and be twice as resilient. This is why we love our women, ladies and gentlemen. This is love. This is why we love our mothers, our sisters, and our women in general, because they carry us on their backs. So that was a lovely presentation, Madam Toba. Thank you so much for that. Now, today, ladies and gentlemen, we shine a spotlight on one of the most promising sectors, one that holds vast potential, untapped potential at that, beneath our very soil. You know, the mining sector here in Eswatini is rich with potential, and the government has shown some commitment in terms of creating an enabling environment for the sustainable extraction and responsible extraction. So now, ladies and gentlemen, to share more on the strategic direction, let me welcome and call upon the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources and Energy, His Royal Highness Prince Longokela, to come up front and give us his presentation. Ngos. Ngos, when I open it. Spoke.
Program Director, Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable President of the House, Speaker of the House of Assembly, Honorable Ministers, Attorney General, Umngani Wengosi, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Regional Administrator, Princess Sanzile here, Principal Secretaries, and government officials, IPA CEO, business leaders, media, Ladies and gentlemen, Dabo Gategwa. May I take the opportunity, Begunene, Your Excellency, I'm intrigued and encouraged by the use of the word rapid in the name of this conference, as this is in line with His Majesty's Nkwe mandate, which all government ministries and departments are executing for the betterment of Eswatini. I present to you before you the investment potential within the mining and energy sectors, which are the two fundamentals for industrializations, creation of decent jobs and energy security. The Kingdom of Eswatini is endowed with a number of mineral deposits, which includes gold, diamond, iron ore, coal, and more. The airborne geophysical survey that was concluded in 2024 has identified new potential minerals deposits in the country. These include diamond, copper, nickel platinum group of elements, and other critical raw minerals which are used for clean energy. These critical raw minerals include light and heavy rare earths, tantalum, cesium, and lithium. I hope our investors are listening. But I'm here after the conference for bilaterals. We have a lot to tell you in this sector. It's just that Mr. Mngome Zulu told me it's 5 minutes. I have a lot to say. But I've been observing other speakers have been extending. But he's insisting even now, 5 minutes. The government is engaged in increasing mining activities in the country through increased granting of mineral rights in the form of mining leases to interested investors, Eswatini inclusive. That is very important. There is therefore an opportunity for investment in the exploration and exploitation of these minerals. The ministry is aware that beneficiation increases the economic value of any material significantly. And therefore, we are developing a minerals beneficiation policy and also reviewing the Mines and Minerals Act of 2011, all to enhance investments in the mining sector. Furthermore, Your Excellency, the ministry is working towards establishing a government mining company with the aim to enhance investment and maximize economic benefits in this sector. This is not to say the government is going to be taking over companies. It has been echoed in some quarters. It's wrong. Government wants to just do its own mining without disturbing the existing or new coming companies. Currently, mining companies which are operating include Maloma Colliery, Lomati Gold Mine, Eswatini Anthracite, and Makomba Mine. Luco Coal Mine and LCE Mine are yet to start production. All these companies, they are all in the private hands. Government has no stake here, except as prescribed by the law. Regarding the labor market, the ministry wishes to clarify that the country has more than sufficient number of mining skills, including laborers and engineers, which have migrated to neighboring countries. And these workers, we wish to see them coming back home, working in our own mines in the land. So if you decide to come here, you can be assured that the skills are there, from engineers at all levels. I've told you that I've counted about 5 companies. His Majesty is encouraging Eswatini to join and take a front stage in the mining sector. And for now, we only have one company that is 100% owned by Eswatini. And that is something to start. But they've been telling me finance is not there. I'll be talking to the doctor here from Exim Bank, and I'll be introducing them because they are here as well. So it will the energy sector also plays a key role in driving economic growth in the country by fueling industrialization and creation of decent jobs. The government has launched initiatives to ensure energy sustainability, creating opportunities for investment in the Eswatini energy sector. The ministry is desirous to achieve sufficiency and total security to meet energy needs of the country. For now, we're still importing, though our lights do not go off as it usually happens in other countries, but here we're still importing about 80% of our electricity. And that must change. We want to be an exporter of electricity in the long run, in the short term. The country is interested in expanding local power generation and export energy surplus through the Southern African Power Pool. Private investment is therefore highly encouraged in this area. The country's strategic initiatives are aligned with the development of green energy using solar, wind power, biomass, hydro, geothermal, and etc. The intended capacity in respect of thermal plant is 1,000 megawatts to meet local demand as well as to export. To meet the immediate demand locally, an opportunity exists for investment in a 300 megawatt first phase of the 1,000 megawatt project. Still open, Begunyene. We can talk after this meeting. The country has developed several regulatory instruments to promote private investments in the energy sector in line with Eswatini energy policy. And these include the wheeling framework, the small-scale embedded generation framework, the grid code, the energy storage guidelines, and the mini-grid and off-grid regulatory frameworks. I wish to state, Your Excellency, that the mining and energy sector remain catalyst for improving the economy and creating job opportunities, and that Eswatini is ready to welcome investors in these critical areas. There are, of course, incentives, and I may not even talk about that because finance has already alluded to that. In conclusion, Your Excellency, I wish to say my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry and Trade, Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority, for organizing this conference. Can we give them a round of applause, please? A great job has been done. Asibonge Malangeni. Thank you.
Many thanks to His Royal Highness Prince Longokela. Mane umlangene uthi tinsaseli titsanza dzaba tebantfu angayiva kahle leyo. Azishiye lapho Nkosi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we still continue with our program, and as you all know, today we stand on the brink of opportunity. You know, an opportunity, one that seeks to unlock new pathways to for growth, partnerships, and prosperity within the Kingdom of Eswatini. And one such sector that is, again, promising is that of tourism, with the country's natural beauty. I mean, we're here at Eswatini with the rolling hills of Eswatini, and the critical traditional events that attract thousands of people the world over. And I'm still yet to see a country, ladies and gentlemen, that attracts thousands of visitors all year round. I'm still yet to see that, apart from Eswatini. You know, all year round, from the beginning of the year, we have the Amarula ceremony, we have the Eswatini International Trade Fair that is coming up, we have the Reed Dance that's coming up, we have the Bushfire Festival that's now attracting over 20,000 people that's coming up next month. We have the Luchu Festival in August, we have the Swazi Rally, and all these events, ladies and gentlemen, they attract scores of people all over the African continent, and some come from all over the world. So it can only be Eswatini that has that potential of drawing such large crowds. So let me now welcome the Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mage Jane Mkonda. Minister, over to you. Over to you, Minister.
Program Director, His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to write on the protocol that has already been established. Before I make my presentation, may I start by informing the investors and inviting the investors to come and invest under the tourism sector. There are a number of ventures that investors can tap into. First of all, we have a rich culture, which the program director has already alluded to, and those events and activities that takes place around the whole year. So let me not get into those because they're going to eat into my time. We also boast on our history. We have a beautiful history, and also our beautiful historical artifacts. One of them is the Ngwenya mine. Just to name a few, we have the Ngwenya mine that can be turned into a museum. That's an opportunity for investors. We have Mandenga and others. We also have the third largest forest in the world, that is the ironwood down in the Lubombo region. Investors can come and tap into the iron wood. This is the strongest wood ever. A nail doesn't penetrate on that tree, and ants do not try and play on that tree. So please consider investing, because when you are going to that tree, to that forest, you need a special vehicle, you need a train. So consider investing in a train, tourism train, to take investors to that forest, and the tranquility that you experience when you are in that forest is so amazing. I also want to invite investors to consider our dams. We have beautiful dams in the country, immaculate ones that you can consider investing around those dams. You can have your hotels, you can have your holiday homes, you can, whatever you want to have. This is a gem. We have caves in the country, a number of them. We have waterfalls that you can consider. May I now go to the National Game Park? The country has embarked on a project called the Big Five Game Park, where we are merging Hlane, Mbuluzi, Mlaula, ISIS, and some communities, Stataweni and Galanga community. This project is based in the Lubombo region. It begins from the northern part, southern east of Eswatini up to the northern east of the country. So this project sits on 87,870 hectares of land. So the objective of the park is to increase wildlife protection, promote eco-biodiversity, linked economic opportunities. This project attracts public-private partnership for the development of infrastructure in that forest or in that park, the game park, for tourism, for ecotourism operators, also for communities. So investors can come and put up five-star hotels, camping facilities. You can come for water sporting, those facilities that you can think of that can be in a park. Those are the opportunities. This park will benefit even communities. Hence, we are promoting domestic tourism, and also we want our tourists to spend at least 5 days or more in the country, and not 2. Because of time, let me go to our International Convention Center. We have the International Convention Center and the hotel for the provision of international conferences and meetings. So we need collaboration in those terms so that investors can collaborate with the country, bring in conferences, bring in other activities for golfing, for leisure. So those are the opportunities that we have in the country. And we also invite investors to consider the open sky, where we want more aircrafts to come to the country. We also have the opportunity, we have also provided, and we're also in the process of providing for e-visas, So don't hesitate to invest in the country. So Eswatini welcomes investors for the tourism sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Honorable Minister. And of course, we saw even yesterday with that the presentation when it comes to the Big Five that indeed we are open for tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, delegates, we are at a very critical time of our program this afternoon where we're looking at pledges. So we've gone and we've transcribed exactly why is it that we believe that we are open for business. We've gone and elaborated clearly in terms of the terrain that we can cover for opportunities to invest. And now comes the part where we're not just talking, but we are acting. Or as we'd like to say it colloquially, we're putting our money where our mouths are. And with that, I'm going to request, the way that the pledges are going to work is that we're going to call up all the companies that are going to be pledging. As we call you up, you're going to give, and we're going to be very mindful of time. Guests, delegates, please, those that are speaking, please be mindful of time. We have been allocated 1 minute each. 1 minute each. So those companies that are going to be coming to the podium, giving a pledge, you've got 1 minute each. Please do not go off from the platform once you've done your pledge. Please stay on the platform, because following which we're going to take a group photograph. So those that are going to be coming up pledging, please, let's keep it to 60 seconds maximum. Please don't go off. You're just simply going to go to the side. And after which we're going to then have a photo opportunity. Is everybody clear with how it's going to work? All our speakers are also very clear? Thank you very much. So I think to begin with, everybody can just come this side. I think what we can do is to start us off with our pledge. Please give a warm welcome to African Alliance Group, multiple projects, Mr. Stofeni Gninza, who's going to be coming up with our first pledge. African Alliance Group, multiple projects. Please give them a round of applause as they come up.
Makomba, how are you? Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, honorable members of Cabinet, members of the House, Senate President, Speaker of the House, the AG. It is so good to be here. I got to know this morning that I should be here. My speeches would have been longer. It's been made much shorter. And I also should confess that I was one of those guys that went to the US as refugees, as you probably have seen on TV. I'm not sure if you saw me, but I had to come back earlier because it turns out that the refugees are not what actually Trump was looking for. He was looking for farmers that actually who could turn America into a stronger agricultural society. And I understand that there were rappers there were golfers that were there. This was not the intention. But thanks very much. Did you say 60 seconds? I was told that I was going to speak much, obviously, of what we do as a business, not much on the pledges. I'll pledge myself on that. But I think just to mention one thing, because it's 60 seconds. I just need, and I know I've not been here, so I'm not sure what's been said earlier, but fundamentally, for us as a business, because of why a global business, as you're probably aware, we run KFC franchises, Pick and Pays, property in this market, and a lot of things. My team is currently in the US and Europe, obviously making acquisitions where we can with the KFCs and others.
And I'm saying this purely because I need to instill this in a lot of our brothers and sisters. When you run a business, do not run that business as a domestic business. You run that business as a global business. When you run a Pick and Pay, let people walk into your store and say, I feel like in Walmart, I'm in the US. When you do those standards, it makes you compete globally. You guys always tell us we want to have, foreign exports. I know my Foreign Minister Neil will tell you we need Forex in this country. We need to be there. We've made some acquisitions in the Eastern Cape, about 50 KFCs. We are currently doing Spain and Portugal, and across all our businesses. We are in the beef business, and you probably find this difficult to believe. Current beef does about 2,000 cows a day slaughter. In Eswatini, we are going to do about 1.5 slaughter. And I do not have the time to obviously give you the details of how this is going to happen. But 60 seconds is finished, right? So I'm going to pledge, obviously I would have loved to speak to you more. But obviously we support this. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Commerce. But more importantly, you don't see the Prince a lot, wearing a suit. So I'm just very pleased to see. So the highlight of this meeting for me is also that part of it. But obviously we're going to support your initiative, Minister. This is fantastic. Hopefully this is not the last time. So I think as a start, we like to contribute about 50,000 for this. And then I think there's a KFC pledge that we're going to make, which I'll send across to probably IPA. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Geniza, thank you so much for that pledge. Let me also welcome Mr. Ivan Sutherland from the RAS Corporation Expansion and Power Generation.
Your Excellency, Right Honourable Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Honourable Ministers, distinguished delegates, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, my time starts now. RES is not a good company. It's a great company. Unfortunately, I had some brilliant slides for you. They're not going to be presented right now. Lunga, sorry man, we had it planned. We employ about 4,200 employees, and we house 27,000 employees. Our capital spend in the next 5 years is going to be about 1.3 billion reoccurring and about 2.5 billion in new capex. Dividend payout since 2010 has been about 4.7 billion. Local, about 3 billion. We don't just do sugar and ethanol. We are doing packing, ecotourism, wildlife, and livestock. Options for diversification include E10 biofuel, retail ethanol, cogeneration in a big way, and long-term sustainable jet fuel and bioplastics. Our power development program purpose is to ultimately generate 50, maybe 80 megawatt base load. Self-sufficiency is also important, but we're looking for co-investment in the generation and also in the implementation. We're looking at between 6 and 10 billion. Project execution starts this year, and we're hoping to finish in 2029. Retail ethanol, we're actually just started. So we're looking to make alternate drinks, but primarily at the moment, rum. Capital cost between 200 and 500 million. The first brand will be launched in September this year. E10 biofuel, we actually don't need investment because we've already upgraded the distillery, we're ready to make it. We require government's mandate to mandate the fuel blend to gasoline. So the investment opportunity is in transport fleet distribution. On the sustainable jet fuel, this year, or actually last year, all aircraft flying into EU airspace require 2% green fuel. The markets we determine are Maputo, Tambo, and even here in Eswatini. We're currently doing a high-level study on the feasibility of producing jet fuel. Capital cost we expect between 2 and 4 billion. Bioplastics. Sugar is a substrate for polylactic acid. This is a long-term possibility with a plant valued at between 3 and 5 billion. It's driven mainly by increasing environmental concerns, government regulations on plastic disposal, demand for sustainable products, and so on. The global market we estimate to be about 20 billion. In summary, investors, we are open for business. Don't delay or you might lose out. Come and see us. This isn't pie in the sky. It's happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really are trying to manage the 60 seconds. Well done on that one. Delegates, corporates, and please, when you do come up onto the platform to give your presentation, please don't go running off. Please just remain on the stage. You can either grab a seat or you can just stand beside us, and then we'll continue to have a photo opportunity right afterwards. Without further ado, please welcome Voltalia Sola, Mr. Armand Hubert. Please give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the platform.
Good afternoon. All protocol observed. I'll just go straight into the presentation. So I'll represent the company Voltalia. We are developing and secured a 15 megawatt solar PV project in the Lumbombo region. It's 38 hectares of land that we'll be constructing PV. It's on a build, own, operate, so a typical PPP model. It's a long-term 25-year PPA, with the offtake being EEC in close partnership with Zezera. And the estimated capex is between 20 to 25 million USD, so 360 to 450 million in local currency. The typical project structure is a 40% local shareholding, Standard Bank as our lender or partner. Thank you. Obviously EEC and Zezera, and then through the project we'll also provide services, which is the engineering, procurement and construction, operations and maintenance, as well as asset management. The expected employment and local supply chain, we estimate a number of 140 direct and indirect job opportunities during the construction phase. During operations and maintenance, estimated minimum of 14 direct jobs. The project will, as far as reasonably possible, maximize sourcing of material, products and service locally. And the additional benefit is that the Gamula community will benefit from the project through socio-economic initiatives, from funds committed by the project in terms of the PPA. The project aims to transfer technical skills for the local community at large as well. We also had a presentation, but unfortunately it's not on the screen. But any questions, please let us know. So we look forward to supporting Eswatini in this investment and futures to come. Thank you.
Faith, I think we really are improving with time management, eh? All right, thank you so much, Mr. Yubei. Let me welcome on stage a representative of Sturdy Energy Solar PV, Mr. Mudei Chaka, will be coming up to make his presentation. Representative of Sturdy Energy. All right. It doesn't look like the representative of Sturdy Energy, but let's, moving right along, let me welcome the African Food Security, Cash Crops and Agro-Processing representative, Mr. Alan Kessler. Our investors having cold feet. Oh, there we are.
So just steal the mic first. No worry.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, and His Majesty. First of all, I would like to say thank you. Thank you for welcoming us here today, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to you today. My name is Edward Meyrink, and I am the leading country manager of African Food Security. Myself and my partner, our leading engineer, Mr. Kuni Dafel, has the great privilege of representing African food security in this beautiful country of Eswatini today. African Food Security is an American-based company with ties all over Africa. Our main focus being agriculture, but also working very close with our local communities, making sure to educate and involve. My CEO, Mr. Alan Kessler, and our Chief Operation Officer, Mr. Edward Meyrink Sr., sends their apologies for not being able to attend the conference today. With that in mind, Mr. Kessler asked me to read the following. To His Majesty the King of the Swati people, Managing Director Sitole and the team of eWait. First and foremost, I wanted to apologize for the absence of myself. I'm at a pre-scheduled UN meeting in Europe, and that for our Chief Operation Officer on a project in the Horn of Africa that could not be here to join you formally today. On behalf of the management, directors and shareholders of African Food Security, I wanted to express our gratitude in a project of such potential impact, where job creation and new industry generation can play such a pivotal role in the development of the country. I wanted to express my personal and corporate enthusiasm for the primary farming production role and appreciate how we can integrate with the MWNAP programs, the SDEP Social Integration Program of the EUSL, and the transformational infrastructure being built, driven by the US DFC and African Development Bank investment. We aspire to bring a program driven by yield enhancement, sustainable farming practices, and modern techniques, integrated with skills transfer and our educational partner, Michigan State University. We look forward to seeing you in the near future and wish the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Majesty, and our partners all the best for a superb and exemplary outcome. Sincerely, Alan Kessler. Again, ladies and gentlemen, from myself, Mr. Dafel, and the whole African Food Security team, we say thank you.
Thank you very much. Please don't go too far. Up next, we've got from Eswatini Metal Foundry Metallurgical Recycling, Mr. Matt Sprague. Is Mr. Sprague there? Okay. Let me move on. Oh, there's Mr. Sprague. All right, give him a round of applause as he makes his way up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With all protocol observed, I would like to introduce myself and our exciting project in Eswatini. My name is Matt Sprague, also known as Mr. Nsimbi. I started as an individual scrap metal collector, knocking on doors and negotiating for scrap metal. Today, we export 80 containers out of Eswatini on a monthly basis and have an annual turnover of 200 million Imalangeni. We also are operating in 3 additional Southern African countries. Why are we here today? To introduce Eswatini Metal Foundries. Our purpose is to unlock value from scrap and create a path to jobs and environmental protection. Our vision is to drive industrial growth, self-reliance, reduce dependence on metal imports, boost local manufacturing. Our key objectives is to create a sustainable circular economy and generate employment, skill transfer. We also will be minimizing landfill waste, improving waste management, enhancing national revenue, and reducing metal theft and infrastructure theft and vandalism. Our project partners are Nsimbi, which is a local-based company that does 20,000 tons annually of scrap metal, and Air Global, which is a major exporter in the UAE, which trades close to 200,000 tons annually. Our scope and timeline: once all approvals and licenses are granted, within 36 months, we will go through all the phases from phase 1 to phase 4. After 6 months, we'll have an operational aluminium and copper furnace. After month 12, operational battery recycling plant that will be recycling lead batteries. After month 18, we'll have an operational tire and recycling plant, which will be converting tires and plastic into fuel. After month 36, we'll have an operational steel furnace. The total capex for this project is 625 million, including construction and infrastructure. Our financial forecast is as per a very conservative volume that we'll be receiving, which will start at 770 million emalangeni annually, and after year 5 will grow to 1 billion emalangeni. Lastly, I want to share the national benefits and that this project will bring. We'll be supporting local industries, local supply chains, automotive industry, construction, renewable energy, and spare parts. Employment opportunities will be 500 direct and indirect jobs created, and skill transfer program will be implemented for Eswatini. The environmental benefits will be reducing outsourced fuel and cutting emissions and environmental impact. Also reducing solid waste and minimize landfill use. Tax compliance and reducing metal theft is another big key in this operation. Centralizing recycling allows efficient policing of stolen materials, preventing illegal scrap export, and also job creation is an alternative to metal theft of infrastructure. We would just like to thank His Majesty King Mswati III, the ministers, and all government officials that have supported us to get us this far on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And I must make this plea to all our investors and pledgers that please cut to the chase. We literally have a minute each. And I would actually implore you that you just share with us the type and the scale of investment that will be injected into the economy, how much you are investing or how much you are pledging, and the number of jobs that will be created as a result of your investment. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let us cut to the chase, and I earnestly seek your indulgence in that regard. With that, let me invite Magomba Mining Anthracite Coal Mining representative, Mr. Wandile Hlachwayo.
The stern warning starts with me. Okay. Your Excellency, and all protocol observed. My name is Wandile Hlachwayo. I represent Magomba Mining, which is a new mining operation, or my new mining project that is started in January to be active, and we are now already extracting anthracite coal. We had a presentation, but I will just shoot fast around it. Maybe first the pledge. One of the pledges that we're making is that we want to be the platinum sponsor of this function next year. Secondly, currently we are employing 105 people on site, but we are looking that in about 4 months, we should be scaling up to about 400, and by the end of the day, we are looking between 600 and 800 people that will be employed. So another thing that is happening is our studies have shown that because we are having an open cast mining operation, Your Excellency, it is much easier to extract. Therefore, they have shown us that there is an accumulation that we can make cumulatively to between 5 to 6 months, that we can be able to make 100,000 ton extraction. And if we do that and without beneficiation, it means that in about 2 to 3 years, we will be doing a turnover of about 1.8 billion emalangeni. That means that with geological losses and everything like that, when we did a 30% reduction in terms of whatever losses we can encounter, it takes us to about 1.2 billion. This, we then tested it against the market. When we then looked for off-takers, we did find that, yes, it is possible, as off-takers are looking for at least for us to supply them with 200 tons of the product. So because of that, we do believe that we are pledging that in the country we will be making a significant impact in the economic vibration of this country towards improvement. Also, I would like to confirm that indeed we have experienced a positive acceptance by government, as we have actually walked to the Minister of Finance offices, Minister of Commerce, Minister of Natural Resources. We have been received and given positive assistance. We have the integrator being IPA that has supported us greatly, and they constantly visit us. We have the financial institutions that are willing to listen to us. One of the CEOs was just saying to me now, you are not picking up my phone, but now you are going to be talking to Amfrimpex. He sent me a message. I'm going to be talking to you, CEO, after this meeting. So thank you very much.
I love the way that you started, Mr. Tlacho. You got straight to the chase around what are we doing, platinum sponsor, and much appreciated for that. And in fact, if there's a textbook appeal in terms of how it must go, that is the one way that we need to follow. Without wasting further time, Big Ben Textiles Manufacturing Plant, Mr. Mike Flynn.
Honourable Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and all protocol observed. In keeping with your request, no presentation, but in short, as part of the Mkondo Ngwavuma water augmentation project, the value chain of cotton as the anchor crop, the processing and all the value-added components of that cotton value chain will require textile manufacturing plants so that we can keep the whole value chain within Eswatini, from farming the cotton to exporting the manufactured garments. We want to keep that value chain within the country. To do that, one would need to have the whole value chain processing, from the raw cotton to supplying the textile industries with the fabric that they need. We have secured funding. We are in the process of developing a due diligence and the final feasibility. We've secured funding of $200 million for the project, which is available for the cotton value chain processing. So in short, there's $200 million available. We almost through the due diligence, and we look forward to continuing in this process. Thank you.
On the dot. Thank you so much, Mr. Mike Flynn. Let me welcome the Kellogg Torum Eswatini Food Manufacturing representatives, Tony Uzwebo and Rabin Patel. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. Moderators, you hurry investors, they come and they hurry out. You give them time, they might even think of something more value added for the kingdom. So I want to start by introducing myself. I'm Tony Uzebo. I'm representing the chairman of the group, Haresh Eswatini, who unfortunately can't make it, and my colleague Rabin Patel, who heads the manufacturing arm. The group started in Indonesia 77 years ago, came into Africa in the 80s, and never left. Today in the continent, we employ over 25,000 people, about 30 manufacturing plants across Africa, with a deep sea, or the biggest deep sea port, located in Lekki in Nigeria, surrounded by an 875 hectares free trade zone. We want to say the Kingdom of Eswatini is already open for business. We came here in 2001 to set up a noodles plant with our key JV partner, Kellogg's. Today, this one-line plant is generating in excess of about 5 billion Emalangeni for the kingdom. In our slide, there is a phase 2, but I speak to you now. I flew in with the Japanese engineers. This phase 2 will commence by the first week of June. So I'm talking about in 2 weeks' time. And that is an extra 150 million Emalangeni that's has already come into the kingdom. We have another plant that manufactures women hair called Lush. In the market, it's called Be Beautiful. I'm sure so many of the wonderful women in Eswatini are already using this product. The plant today has over 700 staff, of which 90% are women. By the end of this year, we assure you, Honorable Prime Minister, that we are doubling that staff strength, and we are also increasing the percentage of women that will be working in that plant. Going to what we are bringing in the next 18 months, we are going to turn the noodles plant from 2 lines to 4 lines. The remaining 2 lines are already being manufactured, and by end of this year, the 3rd, and beginning of next year, the 4th line will go into full operation. How do we keep this operation going? We are about to set up what we call backward integration. A flour mill plant to produce 250 tons per day of flour. We're already in discussion with various stakeholders in the country, especially with the Minister of Agri and what he has discussed today. By the time we are done, Eswatini will become one of the largest producers of wheat in the continent. Lastly, you know, when you say fit to size, we are going into the health sector. We are now going to establish a bleach plant. Today we are thinking of the name, which must be a Swati name that will sell to the world, proudly Eswati. So in the next 24 months, we would all welcome you back to the opening of that bleach plant, and hopefully this will make Eswatini a greater nation. For us, we say charity begins at home. We're already home. And for all of you, the Kingdom of Eswatini is truly open for business. Thank you.
Also, thank you to the Eswatini Railway. From beginning, they have helped us a lot to bring our all machineries up to Matsafa by rail. Till now, they are also helping us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're almost at the end of our pledges. However, please do not forget to attach to it the value also. That is very important of how much you're bringing. Without further ado, let's welcome Eswatini Railways Matsapa ICD expansion, Mr. Nixon Dlamini. Please give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the platform.
All protocol observed. It's me again. I've been told to go through this in a minute. So basically what we, even though we're a government institution, we have decided to come up with a project. We have a number of projects in the pipeline, but one of them is the Matsapa ICD extension. So this is an inland container depot where we process container traffic. So basically, this project is going to provide employment for 212 people in total. So that includes skilled and semi-skilled. We're looking at an investment of at least 149 million. This is one of 4 such projects in the country. So we're looking at a total investment of probably about 600 million in total. So this is very quick. This just completes the story of moving agricultural products and so on. Why did we choose Matsapa? We chose Matsapa because it sits right in the middle of the industrial hub of this country and it's getting congested. So what we want to do is to develop about 3.5 hectares of land, which will improve the facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dlamini. Let me also welcome eWade's Dr. Sam Sithole.
Your Excellency, all protocol observed. I am Dr. Samson Sithole. Mine regards the Mkondo Ngwavuma water augmentation project. A project that's going to cost, or it will rather ask government to contribute about 32 billion emalangeni. And you multiply that by 4, that is what the private sector has to put in. The project is made of 4 components. There is the water component where we will build 3 major dams in the southern part of the country. 1 hasn't been confirmed, but 2 of them have been confirmed already. The first one is already under construction, which is called Mpageni Dam. As we speak, it's sitting at 25% towards completion. And then we have the agriculture component, which consists of 30,000 hectares of land that needs to be developed, and we're looking at 3 or 6 crops in total, but 3 major ones, the first one being cotton, and we are looking at developing the full value chain of the cotton. And we already have interested investors lined up, like already Mike Flynn has indicated. And there is many more. Then we have about 10,000 hectares that's earmarked for maize. And again, the maize we're talking about is industrial maize, is not just maize. So we expect a full value chain of maize and its product within the project area. Then we also have panagrass, the panagrass which will take us to being self-sufficient in terms of energy. That's the agriculture component. Then we have the agro-processing zone where all these crops would be processed. By the way, the 3 crops are alternated with other crops, beans, soya beans, and sunflower and other crops that might just crop up that are in the short term in terms of production. These crops, all of them have to be processed in the agro-processing zone, which will require private sector investment. We also will have an eco-city, which is the last component, and the eco-city is expected to provide all sorts of services. The area we're talking about doesn't have most of the services that you get in the cities. You don't have clinics, you don't have hospitals, you don't have proper transportation, roads, and the like. The eco-city is expected to introduce those elements of services to our communities. And at the end of it all, we still have some elements of hydropower generation that may take place in the area. And we are expecting to create 100,000 jobs in that area, and a community of the region that should blossom or flourish with empowerment, well developed in the country. They have always been on the disadvantaged side. The climate was never on their favor. They suffered droughts. Now and again, they didn't have water. And so this time around, they should be sufficient in quite a number of these things. And we expect them to actually lead in the regions of the country. And in totality, we expect that that region be the leading employer. And I think the dream is correct, and the dream will come true.
So thank you so much, Dr. Sem Sithole. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the end of our pledge giving session, but there's one investor in this room who's feeling so generous. He felt earlier on that was nothing, so he wants us to hit us with another pledge. Let me welcome back Mr. Stofin Gininza, partner and director of African Alliance. Ufuna nje ukuthi mahla ngalenye pledge because he can.
Seems. Your Excellency, it is not from me. I think over all protocol observed, I have greeted before in case I get it wrong. Obviously, there's a lot of things that you're doing. I just got reminded by Honorable Minister also that there's quite a few projects you're doing here. Maybe also to echo what Minister of Tourism was talking about. This country has very strong economies of scale from tourism, from agriculture and other sectors. And you also realize historically from COVID and other things that happened at the time, our tourism plumped, not just us, I think globally. How do you do to get it back? We have realized that when people want to visit Eswatini, there is actually no accommodation. We've done our homework. And the reason why we don't have that much is exactly that. A colleague of mine that is a partner in our group was in Namibia yesterday. He says to me, I'm just so amazed at the airport in Namibia. There were 3 planes from Germany. And those planes from Germany were pure tourists coming to visit Namibia. And it sunk to us that we need to develop that, because that's our strength. The minister was talking about what we offer. Who knows about what you offer? So where am I going with this? I am trying to say, so as a business, we are committed to building 2 hotels. Every 2 years we're doing that. I mean, when one is obviously in the middle of being built, the other starts. Because we need to build the capacity to host people. Now, what people don't understand in business, some of us who are economists, is that we come from the demand-supply equation schooling. And that school says to you, you need to see demand, then you build, right? That's changed. Let me educate you. Because now you supply, and then there'll come and actually venture into your business. And I can give an example. We obviously have a development in Malkan Square that some of you know, which is 150 apartments thing. We're doing another 150 as we speak, obviously employing a lot of people. When we go to Malkans, they said, who's going to live there? It's fully occupied as I speak. That's why we're doing another 150. Same thing with the retail space, with the same challenge. Why? You build and then you attract people. It is no longer the demand equation side of things. I mean, that's why I saw Kesnatiro did in Sun City. He went to the middle of nowhere, built something, and it's gone? Oh. So that's hotels, 2 hotels. So we're going to do that, obviously, to put this country in the world map. Same thing with chicken. We're the biggest supplier of chickens, Umbuluzi, which we co-own with another partner. We have about 16 chicken sheds. We're going to build 150 chicken sheds. Why? Because we need to supply not just Eswatini. I think someone said earlier, you do not and you should not look at Eswatini as a 1.2 million people. When you build a business, it's a global market. You start from here. We are going to supply those chickens and the beef I spoke to you about earlier. It is not for Eswatini only, it's for the global market. And that's how the mentality is. You do not have 1.2 million people. You've got 60 billion people. Oh, sorry, 6 billion people. Thank you. There's more.
Mr. Geniza, please come up front and take a picture with the rest of the delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our pledgers and our investors. This is a reaffirmation of the country's strides that they've made, a reaffirmation of what IPA has done. They've been on the charm offensive, trying to entice business, trying to entice investors, and selling a very unique Eswatini story that Eswatini is indeed ready for business. May I ask our sound guys to play music in the background as a photo opportunity is in progress. And at that point, let me also ask the Minister of Commerce, Industry and Trade to come and share his remarks.
Thank you, Simpiwe. Allow me to ride on all the protocols that have been conveyed today. My job right now is to invite His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, up to the podium so that he can convey on behalf of His Majesty's government our profound gratitude to these investors behind me and some of you that are seated there that already invested and are still at early stages of your investment. It is really difficult for me to find the right words to say thank you to everybody who has made this a resounding success. But I think His Excellency, the Prime Minister, will do justice to that. Let's rise to our feet and welcome His Excellency to make his closing remarks.
Thank you. You may be seated. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor to address you as we close what has been a dynamic and truly inspiring investment conference for the Kingdom of Eswatini. On behalf of His Majesty's government, I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all potential investors who joined us today, some of whom, or most of whom, are behind me as I deliver these parting remarks. Our investors are both from across the continent and around the world. Your curiosity, your engagement, and your willingness to explore opportunities in the Kingdom of Eswatini have brought this event to life. To our generous sponsors, thank you for believing in the vision of this conference. Your support laid the foundation for something much bigger than an event. You helped catalyze a movement for economic transformation in our kingdom. We're especially honored to recognize the remarkable institutions whose leadership and partnership continue to reshape Africa's future. To the African Continental Free Area Secretariat, thank you for highlighting Eswatini's potential in a rapidly integrating African market. Your work opens the doors or new doors to regional investment and shared prosperity. To the International Trade Center, your efforts in empowering small businesses and connecting them to global markets and creating lasting impacts. To African Bank, your bold vision, your financial leadership, and your commitment to Africa's industrialization are inspiring. We deeply appreciate your support in unlocking capital for sustainable growth. To Illovo Sugar, Eswatini, Res African Alliance, Tolaram, R&G Group, and the rest of local companies, we want to thank you for the pledge to expand your operations in the Kingdom of Eswatini, and this is a powerful show of confidence to our economy. Thank you for your long-standing partnership and continued investment in our people and the economy. To the Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority, your hard work, coordination, and dedication made this conference not only possible, but successful. You've been true ambassadors to Eswatini's potential. I would have made a big mistake if I do not thank the companies, the investors who are with me on stage here today. I am informed that what has been pledged today, both as new investment and also as expansion in the country, is above 30 billion emelang, and I think that deserves a round of applause. We want to thank the investors, thank the delegates and participants who engaged, pitched, networked, and showed commitment. We say thank you very much. To those who have pledged to grow your businesses or invest for the first time in Eswatini, your commitment speaks volumes. We are ready to walk this journey with you. To the behind-the-scenes teams and organizers, thank you for executing a world-class event. You helped plant the seeds of future partnerships, industries, and opportunities. As we look ahead, I leave you with this. Eswatini is open for business. We are politically stable. We are strategically located. We are rich in potential with a growing, productive, and youthful force, and preferential access to regional and international markets. We are committed to supporting investors, removing barriers, and fostering partnerships that deliver long-term value. If you are looking for your next opportunity, choose Eswatini. Build with us, grow with us, succeed with us. Thank you. And we look forward to welcoming you and your investment back to the Kingdom of Eswatini very soon. I thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the end of the program, but let me just hand over the reins to the Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry and Trade. Minister.
Thank you, Simpiwe. His Excellency has been very generous with his time, and he's got other pressing obligations that he needs to get to. Allow me to thank you, Your Excellency, not only for attending, but for ensuring that since you came into office, you were putting us under tremendous pressure to make this the reality that it has become. And I've ticked that box on my deliverables. So, good. And I thought about how best to do it, and I thought, how can I come up with a way where all my colleagues will do my job for me? And I think I achieved that. So thank you very much, Honorable Ministers. You were more than great. I cannot thank you enough for that. I want to thank the Chairman, Hlope, the CEO, the team from IPA. I drive a very hard bargain, and I sometimes have to restrain myself when I talk to you and I don't think things are going the right way. But you always bear with me, and you deliver a whole lot more than I expected. So I'm truly blessed to be working with you guys. So thank you very much. I want to thank the investors that are here, the people that have invested in Eswatini, as Tony was saying, our greatest ambassadors, Your Excellency, and we think that without you, our story wouldn't be believable. But whenever people cross your path and you tell them what you've been able to achieve in Eswatini, what we then experience is that people come in for more. The Toleram Group is already bringing new investors into the country, and at some stage we feel like IPA is trying to drink from a fire hose in terms of the amount of interest that they are currently dealing with, and that's a good problem to have. That is why we were oversubscribed for this particular conference. So I want to thank you for showing confidence in this country, and I want to promise you that these were not just for show. These are projects, Your Excellency, that will materialize, and it is my commitment to the nation that as Minister responsible for turning these ideas into reality, we shall surely not let you down. Lastly, I want to thank a lady, Tuli Piri. Tuli, where are you? Please stand up. Tuli has been nothing short of excellent. She has many enemies this week. My request is please forgive her. She doesn't take less than ideal when she wants a particular level of service. And when Sibane told me that his management had decided to employ her, I knew this was going to be a stunning event because I've worked with her before. I did not know she was still available, but thank you so much for all you've done. And I think the Minister for Natural Resources was already saying to me, I want to have a mining conference and I need that lady. So we may not pay you today, but you might be paid in natural resources. I want to thank all our MCs today. You guys were fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. As well as the entertainment. Judah is not here. He was awesome. But I've done my best to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I think it's appropriate for me to say lunch will be served. And should I close the meeting? Or should I hand it back to you? Okay, lovely.
Thank you so much, Minister. So with the final remarks, let me hand over to the reins to the IPA, the Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority CEO, Mr. Sibane Mngomezulu.
They say it's not a good idea to speak after your boss's boss. but I do have to say this. Minister's done all the thank yous. I want to acknowledge the presence of the Lesotho National Development Corporation. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Brand South Africa. Those are two investment promotion agencies that are here with us, and they've participated over the last 2 days. When we speak African integration, renewal, and cooperation, it's about working together with agencies. So as Eswatini, I believe we've shared something that they can learn from, and we always engage and cooperate with them. So Ntatera Mailane, thank you so much from LNDC, and also to the colleagues from Brand SA, please thank Mr. Maki for us. He has received a delegation from Eswatini, which included parliamentarians, that showed us what a one-stop should look like, and that showed us what investment promotion can be. So I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you. The Minister and the Prime Minister have thanked the partners and sponsors, so I wouldn't repeat. I just wanted to acknowledge the colleagues from Africa. Thank you.
Well, distinguished guest delegates, we have officially reached the end of our inaugural Eswatini Investment Conference 2025. I can safely say history was made today. Would you agree with me? What was supposed to begun, and of course now it is about establishing those building blocks. Thank you once again for all of you, for being patient with us, for being gracious with us, for really being with us throughout the entire proceedings. It is absolutely it is encouraging to have to look across the entire auditorium and see that it is absolutely full. It is the end of the session, but it is absolutely full. And for that, please give yourselves a round of applause, because we are serious. It shows dedication and it shows intentionality and seriousness. So from that perspective, thank you once again.
Indeed, thank you so much, Faith. And ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, honorable ministers, ambassadors, delegates, captains of industry, thank you so much for taking your time to be with us this afternoon. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure that you've made time to listen to the Eswatini story as being told by all the relevant stakeholders. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Eswatini is ready for business. Nkwe!